Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling it good on your boxing, yeah. There's been no headshot sting, so do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.
What's up? What's up? Are we live? Are we live? Let's get the checks and balances. Make sure everything is like it should be. We live. Okay, now that we live, we can say we're not gonna start cooking right away. We're gonna take our time because we're gonna have a discussion about boxing, shall we? And we want to touch on the girls' boxing matches that's coming up on the I think it's the 30th. Let me check and see. But yeah, we got Clarissa Shields, Savannah Marshall, Alicia Baumgardner, and Michaela Myers. I think that's Michaela's last name. But they getting ready to fight on the 30th. I'm excited. I can't wait to see how it goes down. Clarissa and Savannah is talking noise to each other, real good. What's her name? Michaela Marshall. She's very high on Clarissa. You know, she said that's her Olympic sister. So yeah, we're gonna let things start to simmer in the pot, and then we just gonna have some fun. I'm waiting on my brothers to come kicking it, jump in, so we can open the doors and do what we do. I hope, and I'm gonna have to end up saying this again, but I hope that everyone had a lovely 4th of July. I won't say Independence Day because it just don't have that. It just don't have that meaning for me. But you know, teach his own. Happy 4th or Happy Independence Day, whichever one you prefer. I hope you had a lovely one. And with that being said, you know, we're going to get these doors open, start welcoming our brothers and sisters in so we can do what we do. It's a lot of say-so going around about Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. And it seems to me that it's about a dumping going on Terrence. And I, you know, it's just some different channels. I don't know if they're doing their detective work or you know, turning into super sleuths, super detectives, whatever they call it. What they used to call them back in the day, super sleuth, something like that. Well, anyway, it's a lot of people are saying that, you know, it's just turning into a big blame Terrence Crawford and his side on what's going on. I'm gonna touch on that a little bit and see what you guys have to say about it. But other than that, for us to get started, you know, I got me a glass of what I got? I got me a glass of black cherry Stella Rosa. If y'all ain't tried it, go ahead and give it a try. Also got me something good rolled up so I can sip on and do my thing. Let's start off by breaking the ice like we usually do. We're going to go into the Book of Track Titans. That's right, the Book of Track Titans. Find something for us to kick it to and start the day off with something nice, something smooth, something special. Oh shit, I ain't put the piece in there. What's up to social scientists? Where the family at? I don't know, man. They running slow, but let me open the door for you. I don't know what I was thinking about. I be forgetting now lately. You know, I've been working so much, it's just been having a brother screwed off. There you go, my brother. But while we do that, I'm gonna go ahead and pull something out the closet. We're gonna hit y'all with salute to Trey X in the house. The man is helping me get my betting portfolio together. I don't understand everything that's going on, but he a hell of a guy. And he has guided me to some dollars. So, to the man that can call the fight and call the fight, Trey X, what's up, man? Glad to see you here. We're gonna talk boxing tonight. We're gonna talk about the girls, Baumgardner, everybody. We're gonna talk about the girls, Michaela Myers, Alicia Baumgardner, Clarissa the Quote Shields, and that girl Savannah Marshall. What's up, my brother? Social scientist in the house. What's going on, man? Yeah, I just want to let you know your
What up, man?
What's going on with you?
Chilling, man.
Yeah, how you enjoying your week off?
I'm loving it, man.
I'm jealous to the mug. You know, I can't even get a full day off. You know what I'm saying? Today supposed to be my day off. They let me off work late, and then they asking me to come in at 3 a.m. to do the end of the day because it's nobody there that knows how.
Damn.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. But I'm
gonna had no more shootings taking place, did it?
Well, no, we haven't had any more shootings taking place. And here's the thing that kind of struck me a little strange. A lot of the people from the community, from the neighborhood, have come up to that store and really asking, you know, how's everybody doing? Is everybody all right? Stuff like that. And I'm kind of hesitant on answering any questions about what happened because, shit, I don't know, you might be in his spine for the motherfucker seeing how much a nigga know. I might end up saying too much and y'all want to come up here and take care of me. So I don't know nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. Stay out of all of that.
That's all I can do. That's all I can do. And then, you know, I was going to update you guys on it anyway. The car that got shot up, like I told y'all, the guy that was in the car, he was inside the store. So I figured his car just got shot up and he returned fire. Comes to find out that it was a young man in the passenger seat. I don't know if
you told us about that.
Oh, okay, so I did tell y'all that he had a passenger. Yeah, man. The young man, you know, some of his people coming up have come up there and expressed the fact that you know, that there was their people, but I'm like, it's nothing I can tell you. You know, I don't know what happened.
Right.
I know they were shooting. That's all I know. I can't tell you. You know what I'm saying? Me and the young man didn't have a conversation or anything like that. So I'm gonna let that be what it is.
Yeah.
It's a lot of dumping, and I'm listening, talking about a lot of dumping, man. It's a lot of people going in on your boy Crawford.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a pattern of you know, it's starting to be heavy blame for him. And before you know it and look up, it's going to be a lot of blame on him. Some people are saying, you know, a point has been raised that says when it comes down to Terrence Crawford having a fight, have you noticed that the last few times we heard about it, it's been difficult making the fight? I don't remember it being difficult for him to make the fight with Sean Porter. I don't remember it being difficult then. But it's been narrated that he had a problem signing the papers against Kell Brook and other fights, you know, and then they bouncing that off of the fact that Bob Arum, you know, even said that had made the statement. I don't know. I'm going by what's being reported as far as I'm hearing, but when I'm looking at it and trying to balance it out, some things make sense, some things don't. This $20 million thing that they saying he asking for, and the bigger part of the split at the end that he's asking for, you know, all that's crazy. I'm hearing good points on both sides. Some of the guys that I've been listening to representing Crawford, though, some of their points have been a little not fact based, you know. So, but other than that, you know, it's mostly feelings going into it. But the more I'm hearing about the conversation, it's starting to seem like we might not get the fight. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing that Earl is talking about if the fight don't get made soon, he gonna move on. So you can't call your boy, man?
Nah, you know me. I don't get into the negotiation shit. I let them figure that out.
Now, I don't need you to get into the negotiations, but I do need to, you know, call your boy and tell him, say, man, is you gonna sign or what? You know, if you ain't gonna sign, let us know so we can go ahead and give this energy and good vibes to another fight that might be coming up.
You know, Terrence hard headed like I am. He gonna do what he wanna do. So
yeah, that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Being hard headed ain't what we need right now. What we need right now is undisputed.
And you always got to be hard headed in negotiations, man. Else you don't get what you want.
Okay, and with that part coming up, you know, with the 20 million, you know, this is the point that guys are making. They saying, Crawford, you've never made 20 million before in any fight. You know, they one guy was saying, well, you know, he gets 6 million plus $1 million. That's, you know, he had a great contract with Top Rank, which they said it wasn't for 6, it was for 3 million a fight. And yes, he did get the $1 million bonus one time, but not anything else. And with that being said, even I would have to ask, you know, you go into a place to sell something, if you never sold it for anything other than $10, how do you go in there and all of a sudden say, oh, it's worth $100?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to tell Crawford what to do or how he should, you know, what he should take. But that does kind of sound strange to you know, never have made such a big number, and then now that you're fighting Earl Spence, you want to ask for this amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around it. And I figure maybe, does it make sense to you?
I don't know. Maybe he feel like the fight worth more than his other fights, so he want to get more. And plus, it's negotiation. A lot of time when you negotiate, you don't get what you ask for. People know that. Like when you negotiate and trying to get something for a discounted price. You know what I'm saying? If they selling it for 100, you might be like, well, shit, let me get it for 60. They be like, I can do 90. Well, shit, how about 85? You know what I mean? So you, that's how negotiation works. So
I feel you. Like I said, I listened to a lot of the points they made. You know, some cats are saying, you know, why should PBC change their business plan? One of the things that I have noticed and I do have questions about, I haven't really heard a lot of fighters complain about making money with PBC or anything like that. And so I'm just at a loss right now. You know, it's like we in limbo. We sitting around, we waiting. It's hard to keep having banter going between friends when you're not really for sure that the fight is going on. But I know we're going to let that sit to the side for a minute. I know you know about the girls. And who is it? Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall getting ready to fight. Ain't the other lady named Michaela Myers?
Yeah, Michaela Mayer. Yeah.
Okay, Michaela Mayer. And she getting ready to fight Baumgardner.
That's correct.
Yes. So Michaela said that Baumgardner talking about she a knockout artist and she only knocked out one person with one punch. You know, she only did that to one girl and she claiming, you know, she a knockout artist all of a sudden. You know, that's what Michaela said. You know, she was like, all of a sudden she a knockout artist. She only did that to one girl. Mm-hmm. I didn't get to hear what Alicia Baumgardner had to say because at the time I was listening, this was on a virtual they call in press conference.
Well, see, Baumgardner wasn't able to make it to the call in, so
yeah, they were saying that she was having technical difficulties.
Yeah.
What's with that? You know what I'm saying? I guess she could have had technical difficulties. I don't know. But what I want to know is, how do you like that fight? What do you see Alicia putting no hands on her and putting her out of there, or do you see Michaela boxing and keeping Alicia at bay? You know, because isn't Michaela a little taller than Alicia? She kind of longer than Alicia, ain't she?
Yeah, Michaela like 5'9". Yeah, Alicia 5'6". So yeah, Michaela tall for the division. She's saying if she didn't get this fight, she about to move up. So she moving up probably after her next fight. She said by February next year she moving up. So
okay, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to them fighting. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to listen to Alicia say anything, but I can't say it looks to be coming out to be a good card. A good card. You got the ladies headlining, and then you got a good undercard. I think Baumgardner and Mayer is going to be a good fight.
They said it's going to be an all-female card.
Yeah, because for real? So who else is fighting other than those four?
I don't know yet, but yeah, they said it's going to be all-female.
Oh, that's good. That's That's a history-setting card right there. We gotta tune into that. Somebody from the crew, from the family, got to tune into that just to say we was there.
Oh yeah, definitely watching that. If
Without
I
a
ain't got
doubt.
that day off, I'm taking that day off. I'm seeing that.
It's the 30th. It's the 30th, right?
No, September 10th.
September. Wait. Oh shit, September 10th.
Yeah.
Where did I get the 30th from? But that's 5 days before my birthday. Let me check the schedule. I mean, let me check the calendar and see what day that is. September.
It's gonna be on a Saturday, but you know it's gonna be earlier because it's in the UK. So.
Well, it look like I'll be trying to take a day off because I want to see all those fights. Clarissa Shields told Savannah Marshall that she declined when she became a pro. You ain't did nothing but win that belt. And after you won that belt, you just declined. They talking big cash to each other. And I'm listening to Savannah Marshall shoot back at at Clarissa. And it does seem that when she talks about the one loss that Clarissa has in the in the amateurs that she gave her, I think that is poking Clarissa pretty good because, you know, even though she said don't bother her, I think it bothers her because she kind of brought it up before Savannah did. The only thing you got to talk about is that you beat me in the amateurs. That's all you got, you know. Like our sisters do, you know, she harping on that one thing. I think that's going to be a good fight. I'm hearing a lot of people break down the fact that Savannah is a strong girl. She's big. But I'm hearing that she relies on a lot of power. She relies on her power over boxing, pretty much. I don't know.
Well, I don't get that from the way she fight. But let me start with the amateur thing. The reason Clarissa always bring that up is because Clarissa used to be on Twitter a whole lot. And so every time she would post anything about being a GWOAT or anything, like a host of UK fans would come out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere because they was expected, but they would come posting a picture of her, picture of Savannah Marshall getting her hand raised and her looking sad and telling her, you know, Savannah Marshall own you and all this shit. So they been taunting Clarissa about that. So that's just like always on her mind because it's like she can't say nothing without these UK fans saying that to her. So that's why she harp on that so much. And like Savannah does bring it up too. So she get tired of that. And plus I know Clarissa is the type of person she want to be known as the greatest. So like that's her greatest motivation is that she got to get back that win because that's the only thing people got on her. So in order to be able to say she the greatest, she want to be able to say that she beat Savannah Marshall in the pros and shut everybody up. Cause that I ain't gonna lie, that shit was so funny when they was interviewing her after their press conference, and she was like, "You're known." She said, "I just want to come here and shut her up because you're known as the silent assassin. It's time to be quiet." Nigga, I died laughing.
Yeah, she did come with that. You talking about on the virtual press conference they was talking, or the one when they was staring down each other?
Peace, Derek Bailey. Yeah, but they had a. This was when they was sitting down when they was online on YouTube or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they interviewed her afterwards and she said that. But yeah, as far as martial style, I think she's a really good boxer. Like she set up her punches well. She takes some punches from some people that she shouldn't be taking them from, but she got a lot of power and she set that power up well. Cause you know, it's some people that got power, but they just be throwing wild punches and can't land the right one. But
right,
she set her punches up very well, you know.
Right. So
I think she's a good boxer. So
you think she's pretty technical?
I think she set her punches up well. I don't know if technical is the right word, but I think she pick her shots very well.
Yeah,
especially if she gets somebody hurt.
Oh well, sure. You get somebody hurt, then you got to be a finisher. That has to be part of your game. If you
see, some people ain't because like if you look at Clarissa Shields, when she hurt Hammer, she just go moving her arms like she riding a bicycle, and you know what I'm saying. She don't step back. She don't make space. She don't finish well. She hurt that girl, but she didn't finish it, which I think she should have. But she just not a finisher. She let her emotions overtake her. Like she see blood, she just go crazy, but she don't.
Kind of like Wilder.
Well, Wilder gonna finish you, but
Yeah, he gonna finish you, but he gets so excited once he gets you hurt. It's like, oh, I got it,
yeah,
and just get on it. But other than that, I think Clarissa, I think she might need to just sit down on her punches a little more. And I'm thinking that she'll start being able to hurt these ladies.
now she said she was working on that because if you watch when she fought Ivana Habazin, she dropped her with a body shot, and she said she was so proud of herself for dropping that girl because she usually don't be dropping or stopping nobody. But
Right, right.
she sat down on that punch and she dropped it with a body shot. So hopefully she been working on that more because
I
I know
hope
that
so too.
people say she ain't got no power because she only got like 2 stoppages. But then other people will argue that it's because she fought high level competition. But I mean, I argue with that too because, like I said, in a previous discussion, Savannah Marshall stopping people that she didn't stop. So
Right.
it ain't just that she fighting high level competition. It's that she really not a puncher like that.
Yeah, and like I said, we'll see if she's starting to sit on her punches a little more. Trey X said, I'll be on in a second to shed some light on this situation. Well, we'll be here for a second. And as you see, I got my light over my head, so I'm shedding light already. But so the serious question is, are you riding with Marshall or you riding with the GOAT?
Well, like I was saying, when I was talking to Trey X, I think Marshall is the safe bet, but it's not something that I would put money on
But
because
that ain't I see.
yeah, it ain't that safe. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like it's the like the conventional bet. Like Clarissa she won 2 Olympic gold medals, but see Marshall, she
Beat her in
didn't.
amateurs.
Yeah, but Clarissa was arguing with that. Did you hear Clarissa's argument against that?
About her losing in amateurs?
Yeah.
Something about, well, I kind of wish that she didn't bring it up because she spoke about the records and she spoke about Savannah's Marshall record. I think she had like 12 losses.
Well,
Or
see, here's
something.
the thing. She said when she fought, see, they fought in the UK. That's first
Right.
of all. That's Savannah Marshall's backyard. So Clarissa said she usually scored at least 15 points in her amateur bouts. Now, some reason she said they only gave her 7 points in this bout, and Savannah Marshall got like 12, 11 or 12 points. But she said she always scored at least 15 points, and she said she watched the match over and over, and she couldn't figure out how her points wasn't being counted in this match. So if you listen to what she's saying, she possibly won the match.
And it was some home cooking.
Yeah. So this is according to her. I have never seen the entire match.
Right.
I just saw little snippets of it on her documentary on Netflix.
Oh, well, see, you're not going to show the bad in your own documentary unless you're just 100% real.
Well, I mean, it didn't it didn't look like she was beating the girl up in the documentary. You know what I mean?
So you saying that from what you saw, the little scraps of what you saw, Clarissa wasn't beating her up?
Nah, it didn't look like Clarissa was just outboxing the girl or nothing like that.
Right. So I guess the only way for them to settle is for it to be a pro fight in order for us to get the the true take of it.
Yeah. But like I was telling Trey X, girl, Savannah Marshall, Peter Fury is putting her through drills that's gonna be really it looks like he's putting her through drills that's gonna be effective against Clarissa. Yeah. Because if you watch her last fight, Savannah Marshall last fight against Femke Hermans, the way she dipped and came up with that left hook.
Yeah, I remember you speaking on that same move. It's the move that Clarissa uses, and her and the girl uses at the same time, and she just happened to get there and connect first.
And what's important about that move is Clarissa used that a whole lot when she was fighting Hammer because Hammer got a long reach. So that's the only way she could really get inside and touch Hammer. So if Savannah Marshall just kind of keep her at bay and make sure she put her in position to try to get inside, she gonna do that at some point because she do it in all her fights. Like if she can't get inside on you, she gonna roll and dip and come back with a left hook.
Right.
I think Peter Fury is from what that tells me, Peter Fury is paying a lot of attention to Clarissa's fight habits. So it's gonna be interesting to see what Savannah Marshall can do with that.
Yeah, you mentioned that name, Peter Fury, and I'm like, ain't that one of those the snowman's people?
The Snowman. Oh,
Yeah, the dude I can't stand. You know, Clarissa, watch yourself, cause you know they known to cheat. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you look up and pass my channel, just know that I'm telling you, watch out, cause those Fury they cheat. I'ma just say what it is. Yeah, out of the ones I know, they've been cheating. So what's to say this one gonna be any different? So you going with Marshall because that's your safe bet, and you going with Myers because you don't like Alicia Baumgartner. I'm asking you. I'm just making sure it's safe to say that. Oh shit! I didn't even notice that he disappeared. I'm here all by myself. Social scientists checked out on me. What happened, bro?
My fault, man. Accidentally backed out the page.
I let the people know who you was riding with. I look up and I'm like, damn, I'm talking to myself.
Like, what you say? All I heard was, the Furies be cheating. You say anything after that?
Yeah, I said, so you saying the safe bet is Marshall over Clarissa?
Nah, the safe bet is Clarissa.
And Mayer over Baumgartner.
Nah, the safe bet is Clarissa.
The safe bet is Clarissa. So now you changing horses?
Nah, that's what I said the first time. The safe bet is Clarissa.
You know I'm being... You know I'm always put you on the other side of the track. It surely sounded like you said you was going all the way out, all in for the people across the pond.
Nah.
Maybe I was maybe I was hearing you wrong, but it sounded like you was leaning towards Savannah Marshall and Michaela Myers. That's what it sounded like you was leaning.
Well,
to.
Michaela Mayer and Baumgartner is American, so.
Okay.
Yeah, both of them American.
That's as she put it, Clarissa Shields' Olympic sister.
Yeah, Michaela Mayer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they was in the same Olympics together and shit.
Yeah. That's another thing that Clarissa was throwing in Savannah Marshall's face. I have 2 gold medals. You don't have any.
Yeah.
She was.
The reason she was saying that is because people keep saying like her amateur win matters. So, I mean, damn, if the amateurs matter, then hell, I got 2 gold medals and you don't. Like y'all need to make up y'all mind. Do the amateurs matter or not? Because if they do, then I'm the one with the medals.
Yeah, but I can see how the UK people and Marshall are feeling about it because they looking at it like you got all that and you saying this, but she whooped your ass that day. What's up, X in the building?
Yeah, salute. What's going down?
Man,
what up, man?
What can I say? What can I say? It's like a genie in the phone. I got a magical man that's in my iPhone because I be getting text early in the morning saying, hey, this the fight. This how you go against that fight. And money just been raining down in my little account. So all I can say is thank you, sir, very much for coming into my life, helping me see the way.
I was going down, man. You might have you 2 of them because the Kane Deal's about to take down his championship on the Champ Raw. So I'm expecting him to be the second person celebrated on MZ Talk Boxing podcast. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't mention none of that. He came in here all humble, and he didn't mention nothing about that. What's going on with the Kane?
We're going to respect that, though. Hold on. We're going to respect that because he don't want to talk shit until the deed is done.
Yeah.
Got to know when to hold and know when to fold, and don't be counting your money until the deal is done. You see what I'm saying?
Shit, I'm ready to blow the trumpet.
But I've been calling on this shit for I don't even know how long, maybe like a month or something. I mean, Mark James knows is in trouble. I'm gonna tell you that's the difference between me and the Kane. So I'm a bigger man. I can come in here and give props to my brother. My brother the Kane don't want to give me no props on nothing. I make a good pick, an underdog. The Kane act like Kane did shit.
Oh,
that's okay though. That's okay though. I'm gonna give my nigga what he deserved because he came in there and did what he had to do, and he missed the whole day, missed the whole Friday, and came back barnstorming in they chesting out their ass. You know what I'm saying? So that just make the corner look good. And besides me winning, I've been feeling very proud to see my boy go up there and take the lead. Sean Ross hit me up behind the scene. Hey, social scientists officially took the lead. I said, I told you. I've been saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? I seen the trajectory. But the reason I got on the panel, though, is I want to talk about Carissa Shields and Savannah Marshall. Yeah, man. I know y'all been talking about how like it bothers Carissa that she lost to Savannah Marshall.
Right.
And Savannah Marshall, she was talking real quietly, like real calmly. But I'm gonna tell you when her attitude changed. When Carissa started talking about how she ain't did shit after 2012, she ain't won nothing. And Savannah Marshall, her goal was to be an Olympic gold medalist. She failed at that. I think the best she did in the Olympics, this was out her mouth. She said that she got 4th place. I didn't read about that. You know what I'm saying? I read about her getting a first round bye, then getting bouncing in the next round. And then look, so all right, Carissa Shields, she got 1 loss. That's to Savannah Marshall. Savannah Marshall got like 16 losses, and that's at the minimum. That's on BoxRec recorded. And they have common opponents. Savannah Marshall go out there and lose 3 rounds to nothing to 2 opponents, and Carissa Shields went out there and beat them same girls 3 rounds to nothing. So we talk about common opponents in the pros to where Carissa going the distance and Savannah Marshall knocking them out. Well, let's go back to the amateurs. Savannah Marshall losing 3 rounds to nothing, and Carissa Shields going out there beating them same girls. So when I'm going through the data, it became very clear to me that I'm starting to see separation. See, like in 2012, I saw a different Savannah Marshall. I saw a Savannah Marshall that boxed more like a Dimitri Bivol, somebody that had more graceful footwork, box with angles, use her length, use her jab and stuff like that. But after that, she changed into what she fights like today, that hands down style, head moving and shit right there in front of you. I call it a drunken master style, with both your hands down. And she did not perform as well, and her results were not the same. She started losing to these motherfuckers, man. The best that she done after 2012 was a bronze medal in the AIBA World Championships, and she won a gold medal in the Commonwealth Games, but the Commonwealth Games isn't a major tournament. But the best she did was that bronze medal, and she was getting her ass whooped in the semifinals. Well, not the semifinals, the quarterfinals, and different shit. She was getting bounced out of tournaments, and she got bounced out of tournament in the Olympics, and she was crying and shit. So they want to talk about Carissa. Well, let's talk about Savannah Marshall crying after the Olympics and apologizing to her fans and shit, apologizing why she didn't get the job done. You went out there and lost 3 rounds. Well, I think maybe in that one it might have been 2-0-1, but still, you ain't win a round. Like this is my thing. You losing to girls, you're not winning a round. You're getting shut out. And them same people that beat you, Carissa beating them. So after 2012, you could see that one fighter started to ascend because she was 17 when she fought Marshall. And then she started coming into her own, and she started winning tournaments, winning the AIBAs, winning gold at the Olympics. And then you see the other person starts declining. They not getting gold medals no more. Now they getting bronze, or they not medaling at all. So then she turns pro, and she fighting all these fighters coming off a short notice and all this kind of shit. Is making her look like a puncher. I think Carissa brought up a very fair point. She said in the amateurs, Savannah Marshall was like 61-16 with no knockouts. Now all of a sudden she turned pro, and she's just the greatest knockout artist of all time. I thought that was a fair point. I will be fair though. The same thing could be said about Thomas Hitman Hearns. He was not a knockout artist in the amateurs, but he became one in the pros. But the only difference is we saw Hitman Hearns fight top level competition in the pros, and he was knocking them out. I don't feel the same way about Savannah Marshall with her competition. You know what I'm saying? I had one more point I wanted to make. My mind went kind of blank when I was trying to think of some supporting details of what I was saying. Well, it might come to me though. But the more I'm looking at this, the more it's becoming clear to me that Carissa Shields by decision is the pick to make. Oh yeah, I want to say one more thing. This fight reminds me of Andre Ward versus Kovalev. Like if you look at Savannah Marshall, when she was fighting in the amateurs and she beat Carissa, she was fighting like Dimitri Bivol. Then she switched more to like a Kovalev style. Just look at her amateur fights. I posted one of the fights in Discord. She started fighting more like Kovalev. You know what I'm saying? And we already know the classy shit from Andre Ward. Same thing can be said about Carissa Shield. Both of them motherfuckers were very decorated, whooping ass on the international scene, classy type of fighters. And that's what that style reminds me of. So I think it might be kind of tough early on until, you know, Carissa get used to it, because you do got to deal with the power, I guess, that's there. You know what I'm saying? But I think as time goes on, like Max Kellerman always say, class tells over time. And I think as the fight goes on, Savannah Marshall gonna be taking the right hands and shit, because her style is made for the right hand. I was looking at some of her old fights. I posted some of the clips and shit. Her head is in line for a right hand, and Carissa Shields got a much faster right hand than the opponents that Savannah Marshall been facing. So I think her ass is in trouble.
Hey, I'm going. DeCane is the only one that was in here talking about, you know, probably ride with Marshall. I'm going with Clarissa every time, because that's my girl. You know, that's my girl.
Oh, and another thing, let me say one more thing, OG. At the press conference today, she had a black eye. So somebody been touching her and sparring. Let me tell you something, man. When I do this Champ Raw shit, it ain't been too many. I think it might not have been no times that I took a fighter that had a black eye going into the fight and they won. I'm serious. If you in sparring and you getting your ass whooped by your sparring partners, like think about Mike Tyson before he fought Buster Douglas. They were talking about him getting dropped in sparring and all that kind of shit. Man, that's not a good sign if you're showing up to press conferences with black eyes and you wearing headgear and you going against sparring partner. They shouldn't be marking you up and shit like that, especially if you're supposed to be elite. You're supposed to be an elite fighter. How many times would you see Mayweather and all them going into fights with black eyes? You ain't never see that shit. Benoit Hopkins and all them motherfuckers. So yeah, man, I think this woman is a hell of a fighter, especially for women. But I think it's a little bit of hyperbole behind her. And if you really take time to look at what's going on and comb through her record, you will see that she's not quite as spectacular as they're making her out to be.
I'm actually watching the footage that you put in the Discord right now at her fighting, and Clarissa let her hands go a lot like the girl in the blue, and Savannah eating a lot of those punches. I'm thinking this Clarissa's going to outclass the girl. You know, I saw a lot of the comments when I was watching that press conference. You know, a lot of UK people had they flyness to say, and they had to pull Wilder out their butt. But I ain't going to even ride on that for a long time. But I'm riding with that lady that y'all see right there holding up all the belts. That's who I think the champion of women boxing is for right now. And if she keep getting her shine, that's who the champion is going to be for a minute. Now, Gil Coles, not Gil Coles, my bad. Social scientist, he might feel different. Like I said, Trey, you know, he was in here talking real reckless before y'all got here, and I started letting it.
Hey, he already been talking noise in the Discord. That's what fired me up to get up in there and see what's really going on. All this talking, cause look, he got the edge over his boxing, so he know he can talk, and he know I probably ain't seen the fights. I said, nah, you got me fucked up, nigga. I'm Trey Eggs. I've been combing through the records in this motherfucking nigga.
No, I'm Trey Eggs.
Yeah. Every time I find something, I'm posting at DeCane the scientist. Look what I found, nigga. Look at this. I'm posting them eyeballs. Look, I'm seeing some things. Yeah, nigga. I'm damn near an expert on a career too now. Shit.
Crazy.
Man.
But yeah, man, I'm just saying, Marshall, she ain't nothing to take lightly. She ain't nothing to look over, man, because I don't know if y'all saw that Lolita Mosea fight, but she called Marshall out. Now, the problem was she was a little smaller. I think she had fought as low as 147, but she was pretty quick. You know, she didn't have Clarissa's skill, but she got knocked out in 3 rounds. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, so there ain't even no point if you bringing up somebody that's a less caliber fighter. Out. Yeah, you bringing up somebody that's less caliber to prove a point. Like when, I got a fight wrong that we picked last weekend. I had picked, who was that, man? His name was Chamberlain. No, was it Chamberlain? Damn, it was Callum Johnson or something like that. I can't remember, man. But he fought this dude from Argentina, and the Argentina dude, he had been knocked out before. So I decided to go ahead and have us bet that he would get knocked out again in this fight, but he went the distance. But the thing is, the guy that he got knocked out against was Oscar Valdez, a fucking world beater. If you go and look at his resume. So just because he got knocked out by Oscar Valdez, I couldn't expect him to get knocked out by a lesser caliber fighter. So what I've learned is you have to look at the caliber of the competition. Like if you have a fighter if you have a fighter and she going against somebody that's better than the competition that she's been going against, it's hard to look at her resume and what happened and compare that to what's about to take place. Them females that she been fighting, they ain't no Carissa Shields, they ain't no world beaters, they ain't no AIBA 2-time gold medalist and 2-time Olympic gold medalist and all that kind of shit. So that comparison really go out the window. It don't matter.
Well, all I'm saying is, I mean, you can't really look at their resumes and understand how they gonna perform against each other because it ain't really nobody on their resumes that can compare to the other. All I'm saying is that show you how she deal with a little bit of speed.
I feel you on that, but I think we can make a comparison that we go to the amateurs because they have common opponents and both their common opponents can fight. I'm talking about common opponents that medaled in international tournaments, and we can see how they performed against them women. One of them was getting her ass whooped 3 rounds to nothing. That's Savannah Marshall. The other one, Carissa Shields, was beating those same exact women 3 rounds to nothing. Right. I think that means something. That's showing me separation, and that's one reason. That's one way I'll be making my picks. Like, bro, out of all the picks that we done made, I got 18 picks wrong, but it's only been one pick I made that got his ass whooped, and that was this kid named Sanchez. He got knocked out, and plus the Luis Melendez fight against Eduardo Ramirez. I feel like I got robbed in that one. You know what I'm saying? But all them other guys, the only way I lose if I take them by knockout and they go decision, or I take it by decision and they go knockout. But for the most part, going off my amateur background bullshit that don't nobody respect, that shit is very fucking accurate. It is.
Why you feel like don't nobody respect the amateur background?
I respect it. You have opened my eyes up. You know, you caused me to look to factor in something else besides the things that I factor in when I was saying how I pick a fight. So yeah, I respect the amateur background.
But I will say this though, it's a good thing that most people don't, because that creates a market for us. Like when the odds makers are making their odds, they're not factoring that in because the public doesn't care about that. So if the public is overvaluing a fighter, like let's say a Joe Smith with 50 amateur fights, and they undervaluing a fighter like Beterbiev with 400 amateur fights, that gives us an opportunity to take Beterbiev at a good price and make some money. So it would actually be a bad thing if everybody respected the amateur background. The fact that they don't, it gives us an opportunity to make a few dollars. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I think most people don't even look that far into amateur background.
You have to be a real bettor, I believe, if you're looking at all that stuff.
Only time I look at it if I can't tell when I'm watching the fighters, and I'm like, shit, I gotta go somewhere else. I gotta figure something else out. But
I'm gonna give you a tip. If it's a close fight and you don't really know which way to go, start looking at their punch stat numbers. Look at the percentage of punches that they land compared to the percentage of punches that land against them. And you can also look at the strength of schedule by taking the average amount of stars that the opponents get on BoxRec. So if you got a 5-star, 3-star, 4-star, 2-star, average all that shit together, and that will give you an indication of how strong the schedule is.
Right. Yeah. That's what's up. Trey X with the knowledge.
Hey,
we've been doing this shit for a while, my nigga. I ain't gonna be eating crow every week now. We gotta let them know we serious on the block, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta go take down that championship. And I'm trying to get me a top 5 finish, nigga. That's my goal, top 5. Because OG said if you ain't in the top 5, he don't even want to talk to you.
That's right.
I at least gotta get top 5. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's the way I'm doing my best boxers list. If you ain't top 5, it's no need for me to really concentrate on you. You know what I'm saying? I got to look too far down the road in order to mess with you.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna tell you this, OG. When you get ready to do your list, send fighters that you considering, and then I'll crunch the numbers and then shoot them all back to you, because I do that shit all the time. So it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
Even though I heard you say seeing the ones I'm considering, your internet did something funky. It changed your avatar and it killed the words that you were saying. So what did you say again?
I told you can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine now.
I told you whenever you get ready to do your list for your top 5 or whatever, send me the fighters that you considering, and I'll crunch the numbers for you because I do that shit all the time, and then I shoot it right back to you, so you ain't got to worry about it.
Oh, see, the beauty of that is I'm actually not going to do the list. I'm going to give the people the standards. What you should have accomplished to be number one. What you should have accomplished to be. I'm gonna give you that, and I'm gonna let everybody else look at their fighters and give me their fighters.
All right, I got you.
You know what I'm saying? I just want to see if everybody got something to stand by. They say this fighter goes at number one, then you got to be able to tell me the same things that we got marked for number one. You got to show me those things in that fighter. You can't just throw him in there and say he number one because.
Okay, well I'll shoot you my list of the top 5 plus and minus guys that I've been considering. That'll just be my contribution.
Hey, that's cool. I'm still working on the different things because like you spoke that punch resistance. How often does a fighter get hit, and how often does he hit his opponent? That to me that rings real loud. So yeah, I'm really putting that. Gil Cole said that a person has to be a champion, and in order to be on the list. I'm gonna really consider that. I guess if you were pound for pound, at one point you will be a champion.
Not necessarily depending on the time period that you live in.
Well, I'm not even worried about the guys that's not in this time period. I'm only focusing on what we have right now today. I don't think it would be fair for me to reach back to the legends and pull them in because that's a mismatch to me for anybody that's trying to live up to a legend. It's pretty much impossible to do. Look at LeBron James. He's dying trying to live up to Michael Jordan. It's just not going to happen.
But even when you talk about being champion and stuff, it got to be some stipulation because you got vacant belts and
I laid that part out. Remember I already said you can't just be a champion because you fought somebody for a vacant belt. You have to take a belt from a champion that's already established. He has to have defended his belt at least. Certain parts on the list. You have to at least 2 times.
Oh.
Cement your feet that, hey, I was the champ. I beat the oncomers. You can't just be that easy champion. I got the belt today and lost it last week. Andy Ruiz, Buster Douglas.
Speaking of that, when people talk about Claressa Shields being undisputed at 154, she went down there and fought basically for a vacant belt. She fought Ivana Habazin, who wasn't a champion, who had like 4 losses, and she got 2 belts out of fighting that one person. So like a lot of people don't really respect the 154 undisputed run.
Okay, and by you speaking it like that, I can vibe with that, and I can understand. It gives you a window to look through with the people who disagree. Now it's gonna also give you a window to look through with the people that does agree. But by me saying if fighting for a vacant title, it's kind of like, oh, I just happened to beat you that day, and I got first place. Mm-hmm. But how many times has she defended all of those belts?
Right.
Now,
are you asking me how many times has?
Claressa? Yeah, I'm saying
she didn't defend.
She what?
She didn't defend.
Okay, so you say she didn't defend them?
She didn't. She just went down there, picked up the belts, and said, "I was undisputed at 154." She's not fighting at 154 now.
Okay, and see. Like Jermell Charlo, I'm praying that he gets some fights and still have all the belts because he'll be to put something on the list that I want. An undisputed fighter that defended the belts.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I'll respect the Gil Coles. I don't think the belt should have anything to do with it. I think it should be how well you perform and who you do it against.
Yeah.
All that other, just because you got some belt or something, bro, that shit don't mean nothing. Matter of fact, I don't even talk about belts, bro. It's so unimportant that I have been relevant on YouTube for 4 years without talking about belts and sanctioning bodies, bro. I don't even know about the shit, my nigga. Like when people be talking about mandatory, I have no clue what they're talking about. But I'm able to talk boxing just fine because it's not really needed. I think it should just be about your competition. Like it's a such thing as weak champions. So if you go out there and beat a Ricky Burns, I'm supposed to sit up there and be impressed because you beat Ricky Burns just because he was a champion? I don't give a fuck about that. I'm more impressed that you went out there and beat Victor Postal I'm more impressed that you went to beat Sergey Kovalev instead of Indongo or somebody that got 2 belts. So he got 2 belts and you beat him. That's pound for pound. No, it ain't. Indongo then got knocked out in 4 of his last 5 fights since he fought Crawford. That shit ain't nothing special. It's really, for me, it's about the names, man. That belt shit is just dress up shit. Ryan Garcia said the only reason he want a belt is because it look good when he take pictures and post some hoes on Instagram. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. Well, see, the beauty of it for us, and I love this part because, you know, my era is I look at a champion that really became a champion, like Ali, Frazier, Sugar Ray Leonard, Tyson, Floyd. They were champions to me. Winky Wright, Bernard Hopkins, and them getting that belt, them holding the belt as champions and defending them like they did, it's a mystique to it. That's all. You know,
I understand, but I could go down a list of all them fighters that you named and ask you who did they beat for them championships, and you're gonna have to sit there and think about it for a while.
Yeah, I would have to think about it, but the thing that I wouldn't have to think about is how long they held them after they got them. See, that's why I put that stipulation. You can't just be a champion. You got to be a champion that defended. And see, those champions defended belts for a minute, so that's benchmarks. You can't be no run-of-the-mill champion just, I had the belt for three defenses. Okay, that's been done, and it's not elite. If you get to carrying the belt for 5-6 different fights, and it's been clear that, hey, this dude here whooping folks. Those are the champion belts that I intriguingly like.
I understand, but like if on the contrary, like you got somebody like Floyd Patterson, right?
Right.
It's a whole host of fighters that ain't never won a championship that'll beat his ass. And he was a long reigning champion. Well, not just super long, but he held the belt for some title defenses.
Well, he was the first one to win the belt twice, the heavyweight championship. Twice.
Why did he win that? Because his partner Ingemar Johansson knocked his ass out and he had to come back and get it again. So we give him credit because he got knocked out and he came back and won his belt.
Well,
like
with those, like I said, I closed the doors on those. We just gonna try to concentrate on judging our athletes and our fighters of today.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, like, okay, let's say before Shakur Stevenson beat Oscar Valdez, we all know that Shakur Stevenson will beat his ass. But right. The fact that Valdez is a champion and Stevenson isn't, and Valdez has defended his belt several times, I'm supposed to put Valdez above Stevenson, even though I know that Stevenson will beat his ass. But the fact that he got a belt changes everything. No, it don't change it for me. The belt means nothing to me. I see clearly that Shakur Stevenson will beat his ass, and on my list, I'm putting Shakur Stevenson above him.
Well, here's the thing, though, about that. If you got somebody that say that you just know is good and to beat this or that guy, they still got to prove it. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you put somebody on the pound for pound list, you got to weigh in accomplishments. Else you just doing it by what you can see and who you know will win. So
top five list, not the pound for pound.
You run the risk of. Oh, we talking about top 5 and not pound for pound?
Yeah. My list ain't pound for pound.
See, but this my thing, though.
I'm just saying you run the risk of like it being about opinions, and you know anybody can throw their opinion in. Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, but look, we already got that criteria. Then we got the eye test and we got your accomplishments. We can just make a list. There's no reason for OG to have us sending in our opinions on what makes pound for pound. I thought the reason we're doing this is to improve the pound for pound list.
It is. But it's to give them a criteria, you know, something that you could base it on, that's tangible, that you can touch, that you can feel, that you can have the numbers for. Because the numbers, you use the numbers as your guide, because they can't lie.
But what I'm saying is what the Kane Dibbs just explained is what we have right now. The pound for pound list is the eye test, and it's about your accomplishments. But if you go back to the original definition of pound for pound, it had nothing to do with accomplishments. It was about putting all the fighters in the same weight class in fantasy fights and who would win. It had nothing to do with belts, nothing to do with accomplishments. But over time, accomplishments became woven to the criteria for pound for pound. I thought that we were saying, let's get away from that. Let's come up with our own standards for pound, and then we gonna go from there.
That's
But it
what I'm
sounds like
doing.
he's saying, well, we got to have the criteria, but it's the criteria that already exists. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
well, I'm not saying what the criteria has to be. I'm just saying it can't just be, okay, this is what I see with my eyes, because then everybody gonna argue, well, I see this, I see that. Well, then what are your standards that you're using? Are you using punch stats? Are you
Right,
using, you know what I'm saying?
like
Like
the
what
punch
is what are
resistance.
your standards? What are your standards that separate this from just this is my opinion? You know what I'm saying?
Do
Well,
he
that's
get
that,
hit
that
more than he hit people?
it's
Like you said.
it's all about opinion though. Like I keep on going back to the original meaning of this. It was about opinion. It was not about accomplishments at all. It was you saying Sugar Ray Robinson with his style. I think he could go to heavyweight and beat them motherfuckers if he was a heavyweight. It ain't got nothing to do with how many championships he got or how many ranked opponents he beat or none of that. It has nothing to do with that.
Okay,
So
cool.
it's really
So
about opinion.
if we talking about opinion, what makes our opinion superior to the next one? That's what we got to figure out.
Hold on,
Why
let me
is it
see
an
what's up top.
improvement on the pound for pound? Why is our opinion an improvement on
Because it
anybody
would
else?
be genuine. It's not us putting people in spots for political reasons or shaving off records and shit to change records so you can elevate somebody like a Lomachenko and make him number one pound for pound, even though everybody know that the man don't deserve to be pound for pound. You took it loss and turned it into a draw. If we do it, it'll be genuine. It ain't we don't have no fucking what's the word I'm trying to get like when you got ulterior we ain't
Agenda?
got no we ain't got no agenda, we ain't got no ulterior motives. It's just us getting together, coming up with the best pound for pound list that we can, you know what I'm saying, but in a genuine way.
Right.
I think there's some value in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I'm trying to shake it all up though. I want to make my list where when people see it and talk about it, they're gonna be like, it's hard to fight it. It's hard to fight it.
But you'll never do that because everybody always gonna have their opinion. So
That's why I want numbers on my side. That's why I'm using that number side, because your opinion don't mean nothing against those numbers. You opened my eyes up when you said, look at Floyd Mayweather. When he fight, how many times do he hit his opponent and how many times does he get hit? Those are numbers that set the standard.
yeah, I
Now I
feel.
got
I
to
mean,
find me.
hey,
So with that's all I'm saying. When I do put my names on that list, people will be able to say, I know exactly what he used, what's standing behind me, and why that fighter is number one, why that fighter is number two. People will be able to say they understand it. They might have their opinion on why, but I can always say, well, find me a fighter who criteria fit to it better than his.
I feel you on that. And with somebody like me, you probably won't get too much opposition. But if you break this shit down and you have to put somebody like Bivol as the number one pound for pound fighter because he got the best numbers, he only get hit with like 12% of his opponent's punches. It's gonna be some people firing back that
I
don't agree.
understand. I'm willing to take that.
And then you got to understand too, like not everybody look at it from like an analytical standpoint. We surrounded by people that are fans of fighters. They going for their favorite fighter. They want to see their favorite fighter on the list. It don't have nothing to do with the most deserving fighter. You see what I'm saying? So it's always gonna be some pushback.
So we could do the pound for pound list like with each name explain your criteria under, because that's something don't nobody do.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm working on. That's what I'm talking about. If you are number one, you fit the criteria of being the best fighter who don't get hit as much, but you land more of your punches. You also got a hell of a win record. 9 times out of 10, you may be undefeated. You got more than 12 fights. I just feel disrespected with 12 fights. For anybody to be talking about being on the pound for pound list, that's where I know they fought one time for belts and all that, Lomachenko. But I'm like, you don't respect the amateur until you get 100 fights.
Yeah, I mean,
So why would you respect a pro when there are all other pros running around who got years under their belts and fights up under their belts? Why would you respect a pro who gets 5 or 6 fights and then all of a sudden start screaming, "Oh, I think he should be pound for pound"? No, that's ludicrous.
Well, actually, I got to push back on you a little bit on that. I just did the official Trey X amateur pedigree index or whatever I'm supposed to say, like the ranking system. You know what I'm saying? From
Okay.
zero to 5. And it really, like, for me, like, I know I'm quick to say, well, this guy, his amateur record is this, his amateur record is that. But for the most part, it's really about the accomplishments that you did as an amateur, not really about the amount of fights. Like on my list, I say a few 5 stars. That means that you a gold medalist, world beater, like in the AIBAs, Olympics and shit, gold medalist, cream of the crop.
Hold on.
4.5 is like you a medalist in the international stage. You know what I'm saying? So you won a silver or bronze. A 4 means that you made some noise on the international stage, like Earl Spence. You know, he was fighting in these different tournaments. He wasn't winning them, but he was going over there getting some victories in the tournament before he would get put out by like a Serek Sepiev or put out by a Zamka boy. 3.5 is like a Terrence Crawford. That's when you have won gold medals on the national stage. You fight in the National Golden Gloves, the National PAL Tournament, Pan American Games, qualification tournament, all that kind of shit. A 3 is a person that medaled in these type of tournaments. You won a silver or bronze. A 2.5, that means you made some noise on that stage. You know what I'm saying? And then like a 2 would be you a gold medalist on the regional stage. That's like Deontay Wilder, little brother. You like a 2-time Alabama Golden Gloves champion. 1.5, that means you medaled, silver or bronze. A 1 mean that you made some noise on that level. 0.5 mean that you got a limited amateur background. And a 0 mean that you have 0 amateur background. So like it don't really have nothing to do with, for me, like just about the number, the quantity of fights. It's about what happened in them fights and the type of competition that you was fighting.
I understand that. Let me say what's up to Rod X. He say, "What's up, my people?"
Salute.
Begin in the house. What's up, bro? He say, "Salute, family."
OG.
Hey, y'all make sure y'all hit that thumbs up coming in, man. We discussing real stuff. At least give us a thumbs up. Y'all know
Kane
y'all
didn't even hit the goddamn thumbs up button.
Yeah, I happened to notice
snitching
it
on them too.
You sure did. And I went and looked, and I was like, "Damn, nobody, Trey, you didn't hit it."
Nigga, I hit the goddamn button.
My shit was still reading 0. I was in shout like, "Damn, ain't nobody in it."
You should have refreshed it.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I refreshed the super chat.
Hyphy was what?
Nah, you over he cracking jokes talking about. I can't even remember some motherfucker saying that.
Super chat. What Trey X is trying to say is what I told y'all last week. Pound for pound is what have you done lately, fuckery? Well, we finna get past all that. With that, when you putting that list out, Trey?
What list?
The one about the amateur international.
I dropped it on Discord, my brother. I dropped it on Discord, man.
Y'all know that Discord don't be making no noise on my phone and nothing, so I don't know when y'all be in there. I just happen to look in there every once in a while. I'm like, oh, it's some shit going on up in there.
Turn your notification on if you want to, but I put it on. I put everyone, so if you got your notifications on, it will come to your phone.
Oh yeah, I probably got my notifications on because sometimes it's more. I'm married. My phone can't be binging like that.
No, just set it to where it'll only send you a notification if someone mentions you or something, so it won't go off that much. And plus, you could just have it to where you get like a banner or something instead of it making noise.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-go through it. I just don't be. I'm. Yeah, you put it in my mind. I got you. Where was I? Yeah, my list, it's not gonna be pound for pound because I want it to be tangible. Like I said, I want it to mean something other than and like the stuff you just said. So it makes sense to people that's listening. But like the number system you just gave, like explaining, hey, this dude is this because of this. This dude is this because of this. What he accomplished in these fights. That's great criteria. But
let me say this. Oh, my bad, OJ. I just got it. I was gonna say something.
No, I feel you excited, and that's what I want. I want excitement, people to just be able to say what they need to say. But those numbers and that criteria help. You know what I'm saying? You look at a pro, but I still don't feel like a pro gonna tell me I'm gonna have 10 fights or 12 fights, and you're gonna talk about him as pound for pound. I just can't see that.
And then I want to say, like on my list, if you want to be pound for pound, you have to at least start at 3.5. That's the cutoff for the elite. If you below that, most of the time you're not gonna be elite. But if you at 3.5 and above, that's when you got a chance to be elite. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, and Hyphy, I've been looking at your boy Junto Nakatani too. He gonna get his ass whooped fucking around with Bam Rodriguez. I'm not taking no man that's 14-2 amateur against a world beater, a baby world beater like Bam Rodriguez. Absolutely not. He gonna go out there and whoop that dude ass. I watched him I think the night before last. He is a very talented fighter. He got long arms, long legs, he got power, he a southpaw. I respect all of that. But I think he will get his ass taken to school fucking around with Bam Rodriguez coming out of Texas.
Gil Cole's got a question. He said, Trey X, on your pedigree scale, do you add the points for every category?
Do I add the points?
Yeah. Do you add the points for every category?
I don't really add no points on the category. I just look at what you accomplish in the amateur, and then I just find where you fit on the scale. And so far, it ain't been a fighter that I haven't been able to put on the scale. You know what I'm saying?
Right. See, what you saying right now, it partially speaks on my list scale. It's just the numbers.
Yeah.
And when we plug 9 times out of 10, if your fighter is as good as he claims, as you think they are and believe, and their accomplishments fit what it is, they'll fit that list. It'll take away from like Ryan Garcia. He won't fit on that list. Devin will squeak on the list somewhere probably because he got accomplishments. He done fought decent people. He done had a few fights. You got different fighters that you would look at. You know, people didn't even know who Bibble was until he stepped in the ring with Canelo. But now you could look at him. You mentioned what you say he get hit 12% of the time.
12.9%. But you get the point
13.
though.
Yeah, that's God dang. Can nobody hit this dude? Now it makes you question how many times do they swing at him?
That's part of it too. Like that's what I call the pace. Because like when you're doing a sporting event, a lot of the time it's about efficiency, like offensive efficiency, and that's what we're talking about. How many percent of your punches do you land? Defensive efficiency, that's the percent of the punches that your opponent land, and also the pace. You see what I'm saying? So like Cool Boy Steph had a fight where he landed 28% of his punches, but his opponent landed 30% of his punches. So you would say that's not a good thing, but Cool Boy Steph won the fight because he had the higher pace. He threw like 300 more punches than his opponent, and that allowed him to make up for that discrepancy in connect percentage. You see what I'm saying? So we got to factor in the pace as well.
Okay, I see that.
But the thing is too, the great ones slow the pace down. Like Mayweather, you go in there throwing all them punches, Mayweather gonna cut that shit in half. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's gonna reflect. That should reflect in his defense because he stopped a high-paced puncher and brought them down to a different level. If they forcing people numbers to come down to their numbers, yeah, that really carries weight. Because I was thinking about that. The ones that really handle their business and get in the ring and say, I take away their best thing and make them normal. Those are the ones that I really like to look at and look hard at. I've heard Crawford say that, and I've heard Spence say that to bring it up to people that are still fighting right now. And I want to see if they could impose it on each other. I've seen Spence do it. I guess I can. I can say I've seen Crawford do it because he usually does it when he switches stance. Even though I think he's just more comfortable in his left hand stance. But I've seen Spence actually take away what people could try to do by breaking them down and staying behind the educated jab.
Yeah, the jab gonna be a problem in this fight. I just hope we see the goddamn fight, man.
There's so many rumors swirling around. I was talking to DeCane earlier about it, about how people are accusing Crawford for wanting $20 million and a bigger and the percentage to be in his way. I'm like, dude, I thought y'all wanted to fight. And then
Yeah,
I actually heard, I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this and let you cook on it or Decane speak on it. But I'm actually hearing the narrative that Terrence Crawford whole mission is not to fight Earl Spence, but to keep him from being undisputed. So when Earl move up or fight somebody else, it could be easy to say, see, he ducking.
well, I heard y'all talking, and you was talking about how like some people saying, well, Crawford, he ain't never even made this amount of money, so he should jump on that. And that's something that I hear pretty often, like when there's some low ball type shit going on. Because I remember they were saying the same thing about Wilder. They were saying, man, that motherfucker, man, he ain't never even made no $10 million. Man, he should jump on that flat fee. It was another fight too. I can't even remember who the fuck it was, but they were doing some, we wanted to see the fight, and they were negotiating, and they keep on saying, well, this guy, he ain't never made this much money, so he should jump on that and sign a contract already. I mean,
Now,
I ain't gonna lie, like all the talking I've been hearing, well, it really ain't even been hearing that I've been reading on Boxing Scene. It be a
right.
lot of fucking fans that been saying a lot of negative shit, and after reading the volume of it, it has been kind of getting to me to make me think like, damn, maybe we won't see the fight. But without all of that, I just know it's a big fight, man. It's a super fight. Motherfucker trying to dot their I's and cross their T's. They trying to comb through this shit. Find details, nigga. Get the magnifying glass. Let's find the small print. Folks is trying to not leave no stone unturned for the most part with a fight of this magnitude. Like without all the shit that people saying, I don't really feel the alarm. I mean, I do want to see the fight, and I know that I can't control what the next man does. So I can't guarantee that we're gonna see the goddamn fight, but I haven't seen enough to get super discouraged. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they want to fight.
The thing that's messing with, I'm gonna tell you, a thing that's messing with me is listening to Floyd Mayweather. He, cause he did an interview and said that no, the fight ain't finna happen yet. And then he backdooring, and now he's speaking out loud in interviews, long interviews, and pretty much like flexing his muscle. But the way he talking is like the fight ain't right here, right now. Now I know how he acts. Sometimes the fight could be be getting ready to be announced next week, and he'll be saying that dumb shit because he want to be the one to announce it. But like you saying, I just hope we have the fight and get the chance to see the fight. I've listened to so many breakdowns and so many opinions on how Terrence Crawford can do this to Earl and how Earl can do that to Crawford. I got my own opinions, and I'm gonna say it here and right now, man. Earl gonna beat Crawford up.
What Mayweather got to do with the goddamn fight?
He part of PBC promotion and all this crap. I don't know. It's so much going on, bro. When it's down to it, to as avid as much as I said, I have confidence that the fight gonna happen. They got me second guessing my confidence because it's just crazy. I just want to hear one person say, "We finally got a date, ladies and gentlemen. The fight is yada yada."
We might not get it in October, but I can see that bitch in like November. I swear that's what's been on my mind. I know everybody been saying October. The sports books been saying like September the 23rd and all this kind of shit. I see the shit going down in November, man. I really do.
Anything particularly make you see that far? See the 12th month, 11th month?
Well, they throwing months out there, so they kind of put me in a range, and it's been like a little bit of delay. So I think that'll push us from October to November. And I don't really know no big fights at the end of the year that they would collide with. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no goddamn Lawrence Williams to be predicting when fights is gonna be taking place, but that's just what's been on my heart. Goddamn me.
I feel you. My boy Derek Bailey say Mayweather said he is part owner and he has say so.
I saw Gil Cole talking about Keith Thurman was a 4.5 too. That motherfucker 3.5. But that's respectable though, 3.5. Yeah, Devin Haney 3.5, Tank Davis 3.5. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bunch of hell of a fighters at 3.5.
Yeah, ain't
But
nothing wrong with
Shakur Stevenson is like a 5 or maybe a 4.5. But I would lean towards 5 though, because of his gold and he a baby world beater, won a gold medal, and plus he won a silver medal. So I know that's 1.5 stat and 4.5 stat, but I'm gonna go with the higher one and say that Shakur like a 5.
Ooh, baby
On
world
scale.
beater got a 5 over here. All those boys.
Yeah.
See, that's a bragging point right there. You can put your dude this, man, my dude got you by at least 20 points. Sit down.
5-star recruit. You know what I'm saying?
Stop talking. Hyphy say, like the Alphabet Boys used to say about Wilder, Crawford is betting on himself. I understand he betting on himself. I hope he come out there and fight like he betting on himself, because if that's what he doing and he trying to push the envelope as far as he can, power to him, but please let him make this fight. Because to me, all this goes into right now, these are the things that I want to see, because you making this such a hard thing to do. If this is falling on Crawford and his people, it could be PBC and Earl Spence. I don't know. But whoever it is, if it's Earl Spence, then I can't say nothing bad because I want him to win. But if it's Crawford and his people, whoa, you're going to have to play for that.
Man, get out.
I'm about to say, I can't, nigga. If it's Earl Spence, I'm just as mad at Earl ass as I would be Crawford, nigga.
But I'm upset, but I ain't gonna say I'm upset, but I can't say that made you get whooped for holding up the fight. No, I can't say that. That's why I had to say no. I can't say nothing but against Crawford. Ooh, if you holding up the fight, I hope you ready. That's all I can say, dude. Like the alphabet. What? I'm gonna have to look that up. It says Derek Bailey. Now they are saying if that dude is involved, that's on the run, Showtime doesn't want to work with him. So I don't know what to believe anymore. I did hear Steven Espinoza speak on that in an interview. He was saying something about the dude Daniel Canahan from MTK Global. He was saying that if he's involved in any way, that fight won't happen. And I think they drawing that in too, because Terrence Crawford went to Dubai that time. And I think that's what MTK Global is now located, headquartered at. They was rumored to say that he was working with them or something. I do remember them reporting that. So I did hear Steven Espinoza also say that. So that right there, you know, like you said, Derek Bailey, you're right. It's hard to know what to think. Salute to D-Lo 404 Boxing. Glad to have you in the house. That thumbs up coming in.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you one thing though. I gotta stop listening to Crawford interviews. I gotta stop it, because he is a motherfucker that kind of make me feel like I might not see the fight. Just the fact, like little shit he says, like he'll say, I never ran from fights. I'm the type of guy that run 2 fights. Like he just get out there with anybody. And I'll be like, well, damn, bro, who on your record did you run to like that was just so dangerous? Like I give you Victor Postal. You know, he went out there and stopped Matisse and shit, but who else did you have that people think that you was afraid of that you would run from? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think you got nothing to brag about. You thought, oh well, shit, I always been the type to run to fight. Run to what fights? Like, bro, he be talking like he got a resume full of dangerous people or some shit. What, you ran to Ricky Burns? You ran to Ndongo? Nigga, that ain't shit. Like when I like, all right, I want the fight, no doubt. But when I listen to him talk, I don't feel like I'm listening to reality. I will say that I do like the fact that he seemed like he was upset with Bob Arum for not making the Earl Spence fight. And that's one thing that give me optimism that we might see the fight, because he seemed like he wants to fight. But when I listen to him talk, I don't feel like I'm listening to reality.
Well, who could he be running to that he could have got a fight with? That's the thing.
Oh, okay. All right. When you listen to him talking, if you hear him say that he never been the type to run from fights, he the type to run to fights, what do you think he's talking about?
Terrence Crawford?
Yeah.
Exactly what he's saying. I don't.
But what would prompt him to say that though? Like, what dangerous fights did he run to that make him beat on his chest like he just some motherfucker that just go seek out all the danger,
Well,
seek out all the dangerous fights?
he just talking about his character. You know, any fight that he wanted, he went after it. So
Okay, but how
that's all
does
he
that
can say.
materialize into reality? Is what I'm saying.
Well, they can't materialize if other motherfuckers ain't willing to fight you. So I mean, all he's saying is, this is my character. I ain't never ran from nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Man, if it's Ali or somebody with a deep fucking resume saying this, okay. Evander Holyfield, he can say some shit like this. Terrence Crawford, no, that nigga, like he does not belong on that list. Like it's certain fighters that you can look at their resume, and you making a bunch of noise, bro. But you can look at certain fighters' resume and you can say this dude runs to all the smoke. Look at Evander Holyfield resume. This motherfucker Crawford ain't got nothing like that. To where he just some kind of motherfucker that just run to all the smoke, all the tough fights. That's where he at. He don't turn down nothing. I want all the smoke. Like, man, come on, bro. Dude a good fighter and shit, but when I listen to his interviews, it don't feel like I'm listening to reality. That's why I say I just got to stop listening to that motherfucker talk, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's just talking about his character. Like I said, I mean, everybody was saying that he was on the wrong side of the street and this and that. So I mean, if people weren't willing to fight him, then shit, he couldn't prove it. But all he's saying is he ain't never been the one to run from a fight. I mean, he might be talking about shit coming up in the street, whatever. He never ran from no fight. But, you know, who knows?
No, he was talking about boxing. Yeah, he was talking about boxing. He wasn't talking about no street shit.
No.
He talking about his career. And nigga, I know a lot about this fight game shit too. I've been watching the man's career. I done bought his pay-per-views. Hell, most of his fans can't even say that. I done bought every single Terrence Crawford pay-per-view that he has ever fought on. Mm-hmm. And I guarantee y'all Crawford fans can't say that shit. So I done been right here firsthand witnessing this shit. So that's why I feel like I'm not listening to reality. Like what you're saying doesn't reflect what I've been seeing.
So what you saying? It's like the pound for pound list. You ain't got no championship, so you can't prove you the best. You got to materialize it.
No, you got to materialize what you say. If you okay. All right, if you go out there and you say that you pound for pound number one, you got to prove it some kind of way on some kind of criteria, even if it's an opinion criteria. How you gonna say that you pound for pound when you get your ass knocked out to 3 rounds every fight? How can Ndongo say he pound for pound number one when he got knocked out 4 of his 5 last fights? If you say that, you at least got to go out there and look the part, right?
Right. So I mean, yeah. Who did he not fight? Who wanted to fight him?
Who, Crawford?
Yeah.
I don't think that's what
Yeah, because it's not. See right there what he's saying. That's more like a defensive type of stance. Like, I'm willing to fight anybody. Anybody call me out. But Crawford is saying more like an offensive type of thing. Like, I'm running to all smoke. Wherever smoke at, I'm running there. And that's the way I've been my whole career. And I just feel like I haven't seen that because I feel like his schedule has not been the hardest.
Well, my thing, wasn't he trying to get the Spence fight? But Spence was like, well, I'm trying to get all my belts. But he was running to he the one came to 47 and said, I want to fight Spence.
Okay, so what happened? Like, what took you so long? What were you doing before 147? Were all the monsters on your damn resume before 147 that you ran to?
He ran to all the belts. When that
okay, you can have Prograis on your resume. You can have Josh Taylor on your resume. You ain't got nothing like that, homie. All that shit is some pedestrian looking shit until you got the fucking Sean Porter.
So Prograis is more dangerous than Spence because he came to 47 to fight Spence, right?
I'm saying he had a whole career before 47. Where are the monsters?
Man, he became undisputed, and then he came to 47.
Who did he beat for undisputed? Fucking Ricky Burns and Julius Ndongo. Where are the monsters?
Man, did you think he was gonna get beat by what's his face, Postal?
I picked Postal to go out there and beat the motherfucker. I always give him credit for that fight, but I still don't think he's just some kind of monster though. And after that fight, like before a fight, you get data. You also get data after the fight. What I'm seeing is that Postal, if you're an elite fighter, you beat him. If you're Josh Taylor, you beat him. If you Gary Antoine Russell, you beat him. If you Jose Ramirez, you beat him. If you Terrence Crawford, you beat him. So yeah, at the time, after he beat Matisse, I did pick him to beat Crawford, and I ate crow like a motherfucker. But since then, I have gotten more evidence that shows me that Postal is a solid B-level fighter. Do you disagree, or do you disagree with that?
Well, I think Crawford was the first person to show you that. Who was
Okay, but it's
nobody
a
else
yes or
didn't
no
show you
question,
that.
though. You ain't answer my question. Do you think Postal is a B-level fighter, or do you think he's an A-level fighter?
Yeah, post Crawford. After Crawford took his soul, yeah, he turned him into a B-level fighter.
So you feel like he a monster? Okay, but
Nah,
I'm
I don't
saying
think he
is,
no monster. No.
yeah, I'm about to say that's all I'm saying. Where are the monsters, though? You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like if Postal was a monster, he should beat at least one of them guys. He lost all four of them. You know what I'm saying? Like every elite fighter that he's fought, he's lost to each one of them. So yeah, I ate crow, but since then I have gotten more data that shows me that Postal is not a monster.
Right. He just collected the belts. Same thing Spence doing, right?
I don't have no problem with that, but don't sit up here and beat on your chest like you some kind of fucking Marvin Hagler. And you just going around here fighting all these John the Beast Mugabe motherfuckers, and you going out there fighting Thomas Hitman Hearns. Like, bro, I just don't feel like he deserved to say what he been saying. I'm not taking away from like he's supposed to feel good about himself. He's supposed to feel great about his career and all that kind of stuff. But I just feel like, bro, keep it real and keep it in perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't, your career has not been like that, bro. Like when it's all said and done, this man might go into the Hall of Fame, but it's levels to this shit. He is not gonna be on the same level as no fucking Marvin Hagler and all them dudes. But if you listen to him talk, that's the way he talk.
Well, see, the only thing I'm saying in response to that is if Spence had to fought him as soon as he came to 147, then you would have been able to say, well, damn, he did run to the smoke. So he was trying to.
According to what he said, anyway.
Okay.
If we just take what he say for fact, that's what he been wanting and all that kind of shit. We can say that, you know what I'm saying? But like you said, you
That
got to
ain't
prove
totally
it, right?
his fault. Yeah.
So Earl Spence is the only fighter in the goddamn world that he can prove his worth against.
No, I ain't
It's
saying
all
that.
about Earl Spence. Everything that happened in his career before 47 don't matter because it's all about Earl Spence.
I'm just saying that's the big fish that he was chasing, but you know the fish was running from him. So
And a lot of
What?
y'all, a lot of Crawford fans, I'm gonna tell you when they really wanted to fight, when Earl got into the car wreck. You should have seen all the motherfuckers pleading for Earl Spence to fight Terrence Crawford. Fight Crawford. You keep on running. Fight Crawford.
well, that
They
wasn't
really
me.
wanted that shit, man.
That wasn't me right there. I always said he done fucked up the fight when he did that, but you know, now that he back looking 100, I ain't want him to fight him after he got in that car wreck. You know, when he fought Danny Garcia, I thought that was a decent little fight, but I ain't want no excuses.
Yeah, that's more than a decent fight coming off a car wreck.
Well, Danny Garcia ain't nobody 147.
Off a car wreck, my nigga. Like, all right, man.
Wait.
A motherfucker damn near died. His first fight with no tune-up against Danny Garcia. Oh, Danny, that ain't shit. All right. Y'all niggas crazy as fuck, man. But Terrence Crawford go out there and beat Ndongo. That's the shit.
Ain't nobody said it was the shit.
Fuck out of here with that shit, man. Hey, I've been talking down on that Ndongo shit forever, and niggas been pushing back on that shit forever. Y'all give credit for this motherfucker beating weak ass Ndongo, but you won't give Earl Spence credit for beating Danny Garcia fresh off a car wreck. Make that make sense for me.
Man, Danny Garcia ain't nobody. What has he done at 147?
What has Ndongo done?
I mean, I don't know. Shit, what you talking to somebody who never defended Ndongo, so I don't know what to say.
You defend Crawford though, and that's a big piece of Crawford puzzle. That win over Ndongo. Without that win, he's not undisputed. So that's a big part of his legacy. That's something that, as a Crawford fan, you got to defend, in my opinion. Because if you can't defend that, you can't defend the damn undisputed championship. It ain't worth a fuck. Because two of the belts were attached. It ain't worth a fuck, and has been knocked out in 2 rounds or less in 4 last fights. But that's more impressive than Danny Garcia, fresh off a goddamn car wreck. I guarantee Danny Garcia will knock Ndongo out cold.
He probably will.
You know he would.
We got this one coming out of left field from Apex Legend Troll. truth is Crawford came to 147. Thurman, at the time, Earl Spence wasn't first names he called out. That's revisionist history. I don't get it, cause
What?
yeah, I thought he did
What?
call out Thurman.
Who called out Thurman?
Didn't Crawford say he wanted Thurman at one time?
I don't know about that. I know they was supposed to fight, but Thurman was talking about he want 10 million or some
Yeah,
shit.
$10 million.
Okay. Now there's a good thing. What happened when he asked for $10 million? Was Crawford still with Top Rank? I'm asking you, DeKane.
Oh shit, I was on mute. Yeah, he was on Top Rank at the time.
Okay.
And Bob Arum was like, "Nah, it's a pandemic. You crazy, et cetera, et cetera."
Right. Okay. Well, shoot. All I can say is I just hope we get the chance to see the fight, because I think Spence gonna put his hands on Crawford. I'm sorry, D-Lo for boxing. What's up, bro? I ain't mean
D-Lo in the building.
Hey,
I
what's going
ain't
on?
mean for him to be sitting there for so long.
What's going on, fellas? I was sitting here patiently listening.
What's happening, D-Lo?
And but
Look,
just woke up not long ago.
I know you got something you want to say. Go ahead. Come on with it.
Oh no, I ain't trying to change nobody's mind. Hey, let everybody have their opinions and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, me and Trey Exton went back and forth on the same topic. On how many times he gonna stand on what he believe, and I'm gonna stand on what I believe, and I respect that. You know what I'm saying? End of the day, when it comes to Crawford and Spence, if they get in that ring, none of them past opponents gonna get in the ring with them. None of our opinions get in the ring with them. It's gonna be mono with mono. I'm standing by on my pick. I know who I got, and if I'm wrong, I'm gonna eat my crow humbly, and I'm gonna sing the other guy's praises. But
Who you got?
I feel very confident in my pick. I think Crawford gonna beat him with no problem. You know what I'm saying?
You picking Crawford?
Man, you know I got Crawford in that fight, and like I said, each time I see Spence fight, and these guys come out talking about how impressive he look and all that, I feel more and more confident in my pick. So you know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to fight, which is what I'm all, up in arms about. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we get that announcement soon. But there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that fans have no control over. That we just got to be patient. You know what I'm saying? I try not to follow too much of the, different narratives that's out there, because if you get to listen to that stuff, you'll be just as confused. You know what I'm saying? As confused as can be, because you have the same people giving you 9-10 different stories about what's going on. So I just try to be patient, man, and be hopeful that we're gonna get the fight. I feel like boxing needs this fight. I feel like us fans deserve the fight, especially fans who've been supporting these two fighters. I think is a fight that can do a lot for the legacy of both guys, even win or lose. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a good fight for both guys, regardless of the outcome. I think this is a fight that just has to happen. Just like Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hearn had to happen. Somebody had to lose, somebody had to win, but at the end of the day, I think the fight enhanced the legacy of both guys. And you know what I'm saying? I feel like we're in the same situation with these two guys. I just hope boxing gets this one right.
I hope so too. And just to blow back a little bit, because I know you standing by your pick, so I got to stand on mine. And when you say that cats say Earl look better and better, to just make you more confident in your pick, that's the same way I feel about Crawford. Every fight, you don't see a different Crawford. You don't see a different wrinkle. You see the same Crawford every time. So you see the same Spence every time. And nobody's going to be able to say, oh, well, he did this to this person. He fights the same way every time. He does the same switch move.
Who does?
I'm saying we see the same Crawford as to say we see the same Spence.
I don't see the same either guy. You know what I'm saying? I think your opponent has a lot to do with what you're able to do in a fight. I think for me, it would be irresponsible of me to go out and say either guy looks exactly the same every time out, or even to say the same, because you got a different opponent in front of you. And if you can do the exact same thing against every opponent, then you know what I'm saying, that's I think that's highly unlikely. You know what I'm saying? Like because everybody looks at film and they know what you're doing and they try to take away your strengths. And even though Spence has this, to me, signature, you know what I'm saying, this stamp that everybody puts on his fights and say, okay, he's a good body puncher, and he goes out to the jab, goes out and starts out fast with pumping his jab. But there's a lot of other wrinkles and things he puts into, his arsenal, you know what I'm saying? And, a lot of that stuff gets overlooked because of what you see the most. I don't think, you know what I'm saying? And I definitely don't think I see the same thing Crawford each time out, because he's shown different wrinkles from different people. You know what I'm saying? And he has to adapt to it. You got one guy Crawford may go out against and fight, and he's having great success from an orthodox position, doing certain things, and he goes out and he fights another guy next time out, and none of that same stuff seems to be effective. And he has
I
to
gotta stop you there, brother. What fight has he came out looking spectacular from an orthodox stance?
I mean, I meant to say southpaw. I didn't mean to say orthodox. I meant to say from a southpaw stance. But then he'll go out and fight another guy and try to do the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Unorthodox.
And it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work as well. So he had to go change it up. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Decay threw a curveball in there. What you say, Decay?
He was saying I meant unorthodox when I said orthodox.
Boy.
Yeah, I meant to say southpaw, because that's the stance that he's most known for these days. Wasn't always the case, but you know what I'm saying, for the most part, since his mainstream arrival after that Gamboa fight, when going southpaw bailed him out against Gamboa, that's kind of been his, you know what I'm saying, more his staple of what he does. But I can look at the fight with Mean Machine. I felt like, you know what I'm saying, the fight was pretty pedestrian when he was in southpaw, until he went to orthodox and kind of leveled up on him. And then I think he closed the show back as a southpaw. But you know what I'm saying? My point is that, these other guys got something to say about it. You know what I'm saying? These guys ain't just coming out here, going in the ring, just letting these guys just get their stuff off and just run drills on them. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be able to adapt and adjust to what's in front of you. These are world-class fighters as well. Prideful guys coming there to win. Ain't none of these guys coming to lay down, including the Dongo. You know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying? These guys, that showed me a lot. I can't just sit here and be dismissive of either guy and act like, it's a cookie cutter thing going on when I see him fight every time. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot that, you know what I'm saying, makes me, that's why if you look at my video, regardless of what I'm saying about, I feel like Crawford winning the fight easily or whatever, you know what I'm saying, I also know that there's several different outcomes and possibilities to the fight. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, it's because of what both guys bring to the table. And I think that both guys are capable of making adjustments based on what the other guy does, and then making adjustments based on that adjustment. So I don't think that, either guy is just some kind of, you know what I'm saying, some kind of program that you're going to look at and say, okay, he's just running this same program. We know what to do. We're going to take it away from him. We're going to go out there and win the fight.
See, ladies and gentlemen, that's how you ask the question and get the right answer to satisfy everyone. So you hear it from the voice of reason. Errol Spence is not the same every time he step out there in the ring, and Terence Crawford isn't either. So I just asked that question because that's been the basic wording being played against Errol Spence. He's not getting better. He looks the same. But I'm like, this dude is different in the ring. He does different things in the ring. And as great of points that you have made for your boy Bud, he's still going to lose to Earl. I'm just, I'm standing by that. And it's not because I just like Earl. Earl has skills. And I believe a lot of people, like you just mentioned when you broke it down so eloquently, a lot of people are overlooking Earl's skills. They're overlooking the other things, the sharp little things he does on the inside when he's in the clinch, how he throws body shots, how he digs into you while he's locked up, how he can cut off the ring and stay in front of a person or get them on the run. Now, I'm sure that Terence is pretty good with stopping and throwing punches back, but I don't think it's going to be enough, D-Lo. And I'm sorry that your pick is it's going to lose. I'm sorry. It might not be by much, and it's going to hurt just as much, but just for a little while. And I promise, I won't send a lot of crow to your plate at one time. I'll send it in spurts so you can make sure that you can chew it up and digest it well.
Hey, if my pick goes out there and loses 20 seconds into the first round, I'm happy with that. You know why? Because that means we got the fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm more concerned about the fight happening than I am about getting my pick right. And I'm definitely not invested in these fighters to the point that if the guy goes out there and lose some kind of way, I'm gonna have some hang up about it. Okay, on to the next one. What he's gonna do next, or on to the next fight, next big fight. You know what I'm saying? That's coming up for whoever. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really get hung all up in that stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's all funny and stuff, but you know, at the end of the day, I just want to see the fight, man. You know what I'm saying? And the outcome is you know what I'm saying? Of course, if I put a wager on it, I care about the outcome. But aside from that, you know what I'm saying? I just think this is one that we gotta have. You know what I'm saying? I think boxing is doing itself a disservice if this fight doesn't happen. So, you know, that's just my take on it, you know what I'm saying, as far as how I feel about the outcome and how I feel about the impact of the fight. But I ain't too hung up on the outcome of the fight. You know what I'm saying? I just, you know, and I'm definitely not gonna be one of them people come on here crying, regardless of the outcome, talking about well if it had happened then or if this and if that. You know, you get fights when you get them. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, whatever. And my pick was the same 3 years ago. So I can't come on here crying about, well, if they'd have fought 3 years ago or they'd have fought, you know what I'm saying? Nah, I ain't changed my position. So, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm hopeful. Like I said, I'm hopeful. But, you know, at the same time, you know, it's kind of hard not to, you know, to block out all the noise and just be patient. You know what I'm saying? And which I try to do is just be patient about it. And I get annoyed sometimes with some of the stuff I see because I can't make YouTube not show me none of this stuff. So I see titles. A lot of times I don't even click the videos. Hell, the titles just annoy the hell out of me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's just one of them things, man, where, you know, you got to take the good with the bad, I guess. The good is that the fight's being talked about, and that the more it's talked about, the more traction it builds, and the people who are in control of making the fight happen, they're seeing that and they're seeing the public interest. So I guess, you know, from that standpoint, it's a good thing.
I see where you're going with that, and I agree. It is a good thing that they talking about the fight. I'm excited about the fight. You know how I am. I just like poking at y'all, at Crawford fans, but in a nice way because I know Bud could fight. I just don't think he gonna be Spence. I just don't. I mean, what you think about Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall? Since you're here, I can get a check. Wait, is he gone?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I watched that presser the day when I got off work. I felt like Shields was kind of owning her in that presser because you know what I'm saying, everything Savannah Marshall said, you know, Shields always brought it back to, you know, well, if you're really that good, what have you done since you beat me? You know, so, you know, and I kind of feel like I do believe to an extent, you know, Marshall actually has the confidence and self-belief because she has that win in the amateurs. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying, Clarissa's experience as a pro and her accomplishments as a pro aren't to be, you know, slighted. And I feel like, you know, her team, Marshall's team, recognizes all that, and they know it's an uphill battle regardless of what, you know, Marshall has done against common opponents and things like that. So for me, I think I think it's going to be one of those fights where is going to show. You know, I feel like Marshall may be looking for the big shot for many rounds while Shields is out boxing and piling no points. But, you know, at the same time, you know what I'm saying, it is boxing. So, you know, it could not go that way. It could be one big shot early that changes the tide of the fight and has Shields fighting a conservative fight that, you know, has her behind. I don't know, you know, but I feel confident that Shields is going to win the fight, just based off of things I've seen in both fighters break down the different fights that I watched them. But, you know, I just hope nothing happens to derail the fight, because it's been an on again, off again fight for a while now. So hopefully we're at the point now where they're going to make the fight happen, you know, come hell or high water.
I see the only way it's not happening now is one of them get hurt, and I pray that don't happen. So I got to ask you about Michaela and Baumgardner. Alicia, what do you think?
I like the fight, man. I gotta look at some more of both fighters. Just off right off cuff, I favor Baumgardner. But you know what I'm saying, I've seen more of Mikaela Mayer, how you say her last name. I've seen
Right.
more of her fight than Baumgartner's fights. And you know, so based on that, I favor Baumgartner, but I think I need to see more of Baumgartner fight because I haven't like with Mikaela Mayer, I see things that, you know what I'm saying, being that I've seen more of her fights, there's more evidence of vulnerability based on having a bigger sample size to study from. But
Right.
then with Baumgardner, I've only seen a couple of her fights and they were spectacular. So with just that small sample size, like, oh, I think she could take advantage of this. But I need to go back and look at more of her fights because I know every fight hasn't been a flawless victory. So, you know what I'm saying? I know Mikaela Mayer is the more highly touted amateur. And you know what I'm saying, probably has a deeper amateur pedigree and all. So, you know, I'm pretty sure that she's seen it all. So, you know, but just right now, without really doing a whole lot more, you know, looking at Baumgardner, I favor her right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I get done looking at, you know, 4 or 5 more of her fights, I'll probably be done swayed the other way.
Okay.
Hey, I'm leaning towards Baumgartner initially, but I do have to say that Baumgartner is a 3.5 on my amateur pedigree scale, and Mayer is a 4.5. So that is something that I'm considering.
That's
Your
still close
scale
enough to me.
0 to 5, Trey.
Yeah, my scale 0 to 5, man. I had
Okay.
broke it down and shit earlier, man. But it basically goes from like a cream of the crop world beater is a 5, and 0 amateur experience is a 0. So depending on your accomplishments, you fall in that scale. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's beautiful.
Great explanation.
So you saying that Myers is just a little? You saying Alicia is a little higher than Myers?
No, Meyer 4.5. She a world beater, but not a gold medalist world beater. She like a bronze medal world beater in the AIBA World Championship. So she get a 4.5. And Baumgartner, she is a gold medalist on the national level in the United States. So she get a 3.5.
That's a lot to digest right there. World beater go bronze, and in the United States gold.
Yeah, national level gold medalist. So you get a 3.5.
Yeah, I gotta see how I weigh that in my mind. Do I look at, because it's United States gold, a little heavier? Then the world beater is a world beater, period.
I say a world beater.
So yeah, you know, so that make it hard to look at because, you know, it's hard to be like, I'm going against the world beater. You know what I'm saying? I'm going against somebody who competed there. So yeah, man, I'm gonna have to sit down and chew on that for a while. Armin Brown, 09, welcome. What is
What's up
that?
to my Amazon angels? Salute.
Jeannie Gomez, is that what they say? And I said, what's up to Apex Troll? So, Legend Troll, I'm drunk a little bit, but I'm straight. Man, Trey, I got off work, man. These people were so late. 2 hours late. I'm thinking, I'm like, all my picks that he done gave me, I'm losing value. I'm aggravated.
Nah, don't worry about that. That's why I send them to you so early. Like the fights ain't till this weekend, so you ain't
Okay.
losing. Yeah, it take a long little time for you to lose value. So I'm shooting them hoes to you early. Don't worry about it. Just get them in when you get the time, and you good.
Okay. I'm sitting here thinking to myself at work. I'm like, oh man, the pig seed, I can't get to it. This lady, he is late 2 hours.
You also
Man.
got to take into consideration that you might actually gain some value too, by not putting them in when I send them to you. It's been a few times, like it'll be a fight, I send it to you, and it'd be like minus 136 or 138 or something. But if you would have waited, you would have got minus 105 and got more value. So it go both ways. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, I've been winning more than I've been losing, so I don't even care. I ain't tripping. So, hey, dude, she a four on the list?
Who?
I'm just thinking. Michaela.
4.5.
Yeah, 4.5 and Alicia 3.5. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That ain't nothing to sneeze at.
A 4, I told you, like Earl Spence, where he competed on the international level, but he didn't medal.
Yeah. And we know why he got screwed in the fight. Not saying that he would have medaled, but he would have went further than what he did.
And looking at that, I guess like I got Crawford at like a 3.5, but I might be willing to put him at a 3.75 for the fact that he won the Pan American Games qualifier. He won the gold in that. So he won the gold in a tournament that was put him on national level. I don't know why he didn't actually go fight in the tournament, but he did win the qualifications to go to that tournament. And that's a major thing. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think that's the one. I think that's the one where he got sent home for disciplinary action.
When Kenny Porter was that?
When Kenny Porter sent him home, I think that's what that was.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think Kenny Porter was saying he wanted to fight everybody or something like that.
Yeah, he wanted to fight Kenny.
And according to my scale, all he had to do was compete in this tournament and win a fight. And I will put him at a 4, but I will be willing to put him at a 3.75.
Okay. That's still not a 4, but okay.
Yeah, it ain't a 4, but it's fair. You know what I'm saying?
So I got to go ahead and drop a song on y'all. So I've been out of my element. Just to give y'all a chance to get yourselves together. Roll some, sip some. I'm doing both. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this song by Obese called Bipolar Discussion. Have I dropped this yet?
Yo, bro, hold up, bro.
Can y'all hear that?
Let me talk. Hold on. Calm down, man. Calm down, man. Chill.
I'm not trying to deal with that bullshit.
Take a deep breath and listen to me. It's not worth it. The value that you see in this violence is really worthless. Don't worry about the clown because he belongs in the circus. His purpose is the very definition of what jerk is. You got me nervous, all jumping and shit. Walking around, mean face, all grumpy and shit. Fist clutch, teeth grit, all huffy and shit. Matter of fact, let me look around. We lucky he dipped. Fuck that. Where that nigga at? He just gave me a reason to let him know I'm a shooter. And it's hunting season. He happy now breathing, thinking this life is easy. Make him an asthmatic, hit it with 2, leave him wheezing. Put that shit away, bruh. I'm not trying to catch a case. We need to have communication. Let's talk face to face. Besides, if you let it off, there's witnesses in place. That's how rumors get around. Community disgrace. Don't act within that haste and snatch a nigga's lifeline. Not trying to be displaced in jail for a lifetime. And based off my race is considered a black on black crime. But everything I say is a waste when you're not in the right mind. This ain't the time to appeal. I wanna hear this nigga squeal. Shoot this nigga in the cab. Turn his ass in the bill. You can call it fast food, but to me it's a quick meal. You talking noise, I got the peace. See movement, me still. Shit, wifey was right. You need anger management. You need to find alternative ways that you can manage it. Imagine this, if we talk calmly, there'll be no damages. Handle this like 2 grown men that smoke some cannabis. Inhale, exhale, then maybe we can Bible this. Treat it as a one-time deal and let them slide on this. Nigga, shut the fuck up. Now with that kumbaya shit, so you can kill it, bro. He asking for the heat, and I'ma let him feel it, though. Put him 6 feet deep when he walks in that door. Oh, shit, there that motherfucker go.
Man, that's Bipolar Discussion by my brother, Obese. So, we've been kicking it all night, having fun. Still getting that list together. Who gonna be the number one? Who gonna be my number top 5 best boxers? Improvement of the so-called pound for pound list. Since we've taken it to a point where people make it such a big deal, I'm gonna try to cement it in something with some numbers behind it, where the arguments can cease or get better. Depends on how you look at it.
Hey man, I think that Bam Rodriguez might already be my favorite fighter in the game right now, man. Just how skilled that fucking kid is, man. the challenges that he willing to take on. That motherfucker is a bad dude, man. And he a baby world beater. So I think he won silver. So he a 4.5 on the scale. I mean,
Okay.
he got everything that I like. You know, he got the plus minus as far as the percentage of punches that he lands compared to the percentage of punches that his opponent lands. He got the eye test. It look good. It's pleasing to the eye. Like, he the type of fighter that make you want to keep on watching him. Very effective. Go out there, put hands on the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and he's young. He only 22, man. So just think about, like, he ain't even in his prime yet. Like, we say that the prime is like 24 to 34. That's what we like to say. And he ain't even 24 yet. So just imagine when he really just growing to his quote-unquote grown man strength and all this kind of shit, man. I think that dude is going to be a problem.
Well, we'll see how it unfolds. I saw Gary Antoine. That's his name, Gary Antoine Russell.
Yeah,
that's the one with the afro, the afro, the young, the one that beat Boots.
Yeah,
in amateurs.
Yeah,
he got a fight coming up against I think it's a Colombian fighter.
No, he going against Rancis Barthélemy.
Yeah, what is he? Because he didn't speak English.
I think he's Cuban. Yeah, Cuban.
What did I say?
Colombian.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, my bad. I disrespected those people. I'm sorry.
That's a big difference too, goddamn.
Yeah, very big difference.
Style.
I need to put the weed down and the wine.
Hell, Rancis don't fight like none of the other Cuban fighters though. He got his own. Him and his brother got their own style, and it's kind of hard to watch sometimes, but it's effective for him.
It is, and he ain't never been knocked out before either. So it helped him. You know what I'm saying? I think he got a chance to go the distance in this fight. I had picked Postal to go the distance on Gary Antoine Russell, but they stopped the fight prematurely. That's something that I'm noticing. That's something that I'm noticing about PBC. They will stop the fight prematurely to keep their fighters' knockout streaks intact. So that's something that you got to consider when you want to take a motherfucker by decision. Because they'll stop that bitch even when it shouldn't be stopped.
Well, Gary Antoine Russell did say that he planned on keeping his knockout streak going. So I'm waiting to see what happened with those two. His hair just makes me laugh, and I can't laugh at nobody's hair because mine be looking crazy too. But it's just the way he be looking sometimes. But I like the way he fight.
Yeah, I like him too. I think he like a 3.5, maybe like a 4 on my scale. But I like him because he eccentric. He kind of weird to me, you know what I'm saying? A lot of time I've noticed like the greatest athletes be kind of eccentric. He got 111 and 9 amateur records, so you got that. Good competition in the amateurs, fighting against Boots Ennis and the like. So yeah, he won. He was my favorite prospect after Little B-Hop got his ass whooped.
Oh my gosh, why were you even speaking? See how he just fell off the list?
Fell off.
I mean, one fight fell off the list. He did all the negatives in that fight.
He ran off that list. He jumped off the list.
Hey man, it ain't about just losing. Is what took place in the fight.
Exactly, and he lost bad.
Yeah,
man. I know from a standpoint of getting your next fight and career progression and things like that. A knockout, does set a fighter back a good ways. But to me, as a fan watching, I wouldn't take the punches. I'd have rather seen that man go in there and try to win that fight. When he was in a situation knowing that he needed a knockout to win, go out there and try for the knockout, even if it caused you to get dropped a couple times and not whatever. Then go out there and do what he did. I feel like he hurt his stock a lot. And you think about it, man, he didn't really get hurt in that fight to the point that he shouldn't be back in a fight yet. And it seemed like his his schedule has been halted. You know what I'm saying? Like it seemed like by now he should already have a fight on deck, and he don't. So apparently he hurt himself with the people who make his fights as well.
Well, D-Lo, he did also say that his goal was to get to where he could only fight one time a year for $1 million+. So he don't. Yeah.
Well,
so
he may be there the one time a year, but he probably hurt his purses with that performance though.
We
Yeah, they
talking
put
about
him on the
Gary
shelf.
Russell, younger brother.
No, we talking
No.
about Colbert.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
cool.
No, Gary Russell, young brother. I think he the polar opposite of Colbert in terms of mentality. I don't think if he found himself in a situation like Colbert did in a fight, that he would resort to doing what Colbert did to just try to get through the fight.
Like, let me give you a comparison. Michael Conley. I like Michael Conley. I don't know if y'all like him, but you know, bronze medal.
Yeah, I like him. You talking about the guy from Scotland,
Ireland,
Scotland?
248 and 14 guy that
Yeah,
got robbed in the
Irish
2016
Connor.
Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost his last fight. He got knocked out the whole goddamn ring by Lee Wood. We ain't got nothing to say about that. Nigga, you went out there, got your paper, shit. You stood toe to toe with the motherfucker. You lost, you got knocked out, the ring. Let's see what you gonna do. He got a fight coming up with Mariaga coming up next. I want to see how he gonna bounce back. But so that means what I'm trying to say is I still got respect for him. He went out shield, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker, Colbert. Yeah, man, he pretty much went out like a cur. And I can't trust him. I can't trust him in a big fight. I don't trust his heart, you know what I'm saying? So that's the big difference with that shit.
Total big difference. That dude packed it in.
Colbert basically told us this is a job, and then he showed us this is a job.
Yeah.
You know who he remind me of now that I think about it and you mentioned that? What's the Spanish guy that headbutted Floyd and Floyd knocked him out?
I was just fixing to say that when you said he talking about Ortiz.
Yeah.
When Maidana started, you know what I'm saying, turned it up on him in that fight after he had dropped Maidana all them times. And then basically he just bailed out and said that he's too young for this. You know, he's too young to be taking that kind of punishment in the ring.
That's exactly what he said.
Oh, like old girl said, I got to get home to my son. Like, beating my ass. Like,
I just want to go home.
Yeah, I got to go home to my child. She had beat my ass.
Yeah, and you know what? That's another thing. Like when I hear athletes, when they be real smart, like they be athletes, they got these college degrees and shit. They can be a doctor and all this kind of stuff. I don't be trusting the motherfucker. I don't trust a smart athlete. You too smart.
For real. That's Alexander Vostik. What's his name? Yeah,
they got something to fall back on.
They got something to fall back on, but at the same time, if you in the ring, I don't want you to be smart enough to be thinking about your safety. I want you to go out there. I'm for real, but that's what it takes, though, bro.
That's Andre Ward, ain't it?
I mean, Andre Ward, he can put all that bullshit aside and go in there and do what he got to do, like against Kovalev. But if you too smart, bro, and you out there overthinking shit, and you thinking about your safety instead of thinking about victory, I can't trust you, bro, because this is not the sport for that. Like, all right, let me tell y'all something. Like, I've been doing some research on how Anthony Joshua can beat Usyk in a rematch, and I think I found the answer. If you go and look at Usyk versus Chisora lost to him by 115 to 113 on 2 scorecards. So he had a very good account of himself. And that was Usyk's second fight at heavyweight. So he had a little bit of acclamation when he fought against that Spong or whatever the fuck his name was.
He ended up fighting Chad Witherspoon.
Okay.
That dude was
hold on.
But I'm just saying it was a second fight. So look. So also another fight, Lomachenko when he fought against Salido. I saw some similarities in both them fights. And one thing that you gotta have, you can't worry about getting hit. Like if you Mike Tyson or Joe Frazier, look at Joe Frazier after he fought against Ali. He was fucked up in that first fight, but he still won. Because he didn't give a fuck, nigga. He was gonna take what he had to take to get up in there and do what he had to do. If you smart and you thinking about the punches you taking, you can't do that. I need you to be able to bypass all logic right now, because as a living creature, we are programmed to seek pleasure and avoid pain. I don't need you considering all of that right now. I need you to put all of your natural instincts out the window. We are going to danger. This is a room full of rattlesnakes, and we going in anyway. We know we gonna get bit. We know we gonna get hit. I don't give a fuck. I'm going for victory. That's what Joshua needs going against Usyk, man. If you look at Chisora went. If he had more coordination, Chisora would have beat Usyk. And one of the things that I'm noticing is the looping right hand. you have to throw that punch against Usyk and Lomachenko. See, because like what they want to do, if you're an orthodox fighter, they want to step around your lead foot and get to the dorsal side, your blind side, and they want to make decisions from that point. Like once they step around, they got options. You want them to make decisions when they on your right side. So throw that looping right hand and make the motherfuckers make a decision on it. But you got to mix it up. You can't throw it just to the head. You got to mix it to the body and to the head. You have to make them make a decision on where this punch is gonna go. They gonna guess wrong a lot of the time. I looked at Chisora laying several looping right hands on Usyk, and it was a problem for that motherfucker. Like I said, on 2 scorecard, man won 7-5. So those are the 2 fights that the motherfuckers need to go back and look at. And Salido, he did a masterful job of this against Lomachenko. He made Lomachenko guess wrong on that looping right so many times. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, when they in front of you, you want them to make decisions on the right side, because what they want to do is escape to your left side around your lead foot to your blind side, and that's where they'll get fucked up. But when they on that right side, make them make some decisions, and they'll guess wrong a lot of the time. You know what I'm saying? But you can't be super smart though, man. You have to be willing to take the damage.
Yeah, I feel you. It's just the way you worded it at first.
They need the fighters to be a little stupid. You know?
Yeah. Oh, look,
I mean,
well,
but think about it though. Are jocks known for being smart? Like
well,
motherfucker,
you want them to be fearless.
Man, I want them to be a little dumb. Man, most of the top dangerous sports athletes that I've known, they ain't super smart motherfuckers, man. Like how smart do you got to be in a ring every day getting damage put on your motherfucking ass? And some people love that shit. Some people do it just to do it. Hell, I did it just to do it. I ain't in that motherfucker to be no fighter as a career. I'm just in there because I like to fight. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
sometimes, but look, I'm smart. So sometimes in the ring, I would be thinking to myself, man, what the fuck am I even doing here? What makes me want to come to the gym every day and fight these motherfuckers when I could be playing basketball or football or some shit? You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, the APB went out. I haven't seen this dude in like forever. King of Kings.
Oh, god damn.
He made parole. Dude, you're going to have to come holler at me, man. What's going on? He just showed up out of nowhere and gave us Victor Ortiz. My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I had to speak on it.
Yeah, I think what Trey talking about, you know, with these guys, you know, thinking long term and next fight in the middle of a bout. You know, I think that's good for them in terms of life after boxing and longevity. But at the same time, it does lend itself to the possibility of these guys quitting in fights in multiple ways. And I don't mean just quitting in the corner. I mean, kind of like Cobra. To me, Cobra quit in that fight. And I look at that kind of similar to you got a A-level running back. You know what I'm saying? You need 11 yards to get the first down on fourth down, but because somebody about to hit him, he go ahead and step out of bounds 10 yards, you know, after he got 10 yards, 1 yard short of the first down. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I kind of look at that.
I feel you. You remember a football player named Amobi Okoye?
Yeah.
I knew that motherfucker wasn't gonna be shit because he was too goddamn smart. He was a decent player, but how long did he last? Not long. Motherfucker was up out of there. The motherfucker was too goddamn smart. Motherfucker had a degree to be a doctor or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust that shit, bro.
Yeah, that's just like that Rhodes kid went to Florida State. You know, he was a Rhodes Scholar. You know what I'm saying? I think he's a doctor now. You know, he went along for the NFL. You know what I'm saying? He went in there and proved himself that he could play at that level and got on out of there.
Made him some coin.
Myron Rhodes, that's what his name was.
Made him some coin to get started in business.
Oh, the one that Amanda Seales girl tried to falsely accuse of rape.
Who?
Really?
And she tried to falsely accuse him of some type of sexual shit and got found out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
Apex Legend Troll said he was a biologist.
Who? Okoye? Okay, I know. Okay.
I'm not sure who he's talking about. Derek Bailey said he played with the Bengals. Okoye or the other smart guy? Be a little specific for me.
I think the one I'm talking about, I think he got drafted by Houston, but he might have played for some other teams though. But I could have sworn he got drafted by Houston though.
Okay. Man, it was a case that came across my face. I can't even remember what it was, but I ain't gonna try to linger on it too long. I'm still tripping on the fact that social scientists.
Yeah, what up?
Just one more time, just to be clear, you a Spence fan now. I want you to let D-Lo know that you're going with Spence now, right?
No, where you get that from?
I must have misunderstood what you were saying when you was talking good about Spence earlier.
When earlier when?
Oh, now he getting the amnesia.
I would never. Come on now. You know better than that now.
Yeah, that man ain't changing his stance on that fight, OG.
I don't want him to change his stance.
Yeah, good fighter. I give him his props.
No, you don't. If you really was giving him his props, you would see it like I see it and be like OG on the cool. I know Spence gonna win, but since I already put my foot in my mouth and said Crawford, I gotta stand by that. And I still respect you. Yeah.
Hey, but he got stipulations on Spence though. He don't feel like Spence can go out there and just optimize his gifts against Crawford. He got to beat Crawford a certain way for him to give him props. And that's the only thing that I disagree with him on.
How does he have to beat him?
He got to go out there and beat him like a super technical type of fight instead of utilizing his advantages. And that's the only way he say he'll give him props on the fight. So I feel like Crawford.
I just say he's not pound for pound based off that.
But that's not giving him props. If he go out there and beat a pound for pound guy, he should be pound for pound on the list securely.
Yeah, I mean, I already gave my reason why I disagree with that.
Well, I just said all I said was that's why
you ain't gonna change. He said you gonna stand on your ground. And that's
because like Bivol, because like people say Bivol should have been pound for being Canelo. I disagree with that.
Canelo ain't pound for pound though.
I agree with that too, but you know, if you had Canelo pound for pound, then people say that Bivol should be pound for pound because he beat him. I disagree with that.
Man, hold on. You had a lot more respect for Canelo before that fight came. Because one reason that you didn't want to take Bivol because you didn't feel like he fought at a high enough level. So let's not act like you felt like Canelo just some kind of scrub or something. Because going into that fight, you had respect for that man. And that's one reason why you didn't want to ride with me and OG and take Bivol.
Now the main reason I didn't want to ride with that is because Canelo get decisions that he don't deserve. I picked.
But why you didn't? Why when we talked about Bivol, you kept on saying he didn't do high level shit?
No, I didn't say he didn't do high level shit. I said in his last fight he had lazy defense. So you can't just be going out there with lazy defense.
Your exact words when you watched that, you were like, "This ain't no high level shit right here."
When?
That's what I promise to God. I'll go find it. I put that on my life. That's exactly what you said. You said this ain't no. You said this ain't no high level shit right here because you said that the guy walked up and just hit him with a right hand, and when you said that, you were like, "Nah, this ain't no high level shit right here."
Oh yeah.
So that's why I say you didn't feel like he was on a high enough level to beat Canelo.
Well, I didn't feel like he fought at a high level in that particular fight. Yes.
Okay, and remember, I did tell you that he said that because they said Canelo was the pound for pound best fighter in the world, he was gonna step his game up, and you was gonna see him really be him. All the other fights he wasn't really interested in because he knew he could beat him. I paraphrased that last part, but that's pretty much what he was saying.
Yeah, he showed it. He showed it in the fight. Gotta respect it.
So,
but I mean, I can't act like I didn't see you being lazy in a previous fight. So that's all I was saying.
Oh, I understood, and that was enough to kind of had you sway with Canelo.
Well, I didn't sway with Canelo. I had Bivol to win the fight. I just felt like Canelo.
Hell no, man. This nigga here is the king of revisionist history. He was not off in here riding with no Bivol. I'm not gonna stand for that, bro. Absolutely not. That's bullshit. I'm
on record on the internet saying that.
Man, whatever, bro. When we was off in here, you wasn't. So you was rolling with me because I was off in here pounding the pavement, nigga. Put the attention on me. I got Bivol. I'm talking about going hard on this shit. You mean to tell me you was like that?
No, I wasn't riding like that. All I said was I think Bivol gonna win the fight, but I think Canelo gonna get the decision.
I said he
Oh,
was gonna
okay.
whoop his. I said he was gonna whoop his ass.
You did.
So you tell me who was more right.
Yeah, you was right.
Shit.
I ain't arguing that.
Who was more right?
X.
Who was more right?
Hey,
That's a
because
good one.
look, I'm gonna tell you why I was more right. Because I said that he was gonna whoop him good enough to get a decision. My official pick was Bivol by decision. So people kept on saying that Canelo, he's so dangerous on the cards and shit that they'll rob the opponent. I said that he gonna get his ass whooped good enough that where he gonna lose a decision. The one pick that people felt like he couldn't lose. So that's why I was more right, nigga. I was on the money with that shit. One of my best moments on YouTube. And the only reason I'm flexing like this because the Kane hate to give me my props on that shit.
I don't know why you say that, man. Like,
You hate to give me my props on that shit, my nigga.
I give you your props. I give you your
specifically.
full props, brother. Like I don't know why you think I'll why you think I'll give you props.
Because you act like I wasn't the same way about Opataya. Because nigga, the whole time last week, I'm like, hey man, I gotta be the casino Huckleberry on this one. I'm riding Opataya. Bronze medalist in the AIBA Youth World Championships. He a baby world beater. He got better athleticism and all this kind of shit.
Oh
You
yeah, we
asked
never
me-
did talk about that fight.
We did talk about it. You
No, we
asked
didn't.
me.
No, I'm saying we didn't talk about it after it happens. That's what I'm saying. This is good because we didn't get to talk about this fight. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
Well,
told
you
because
didn't
you
go with
told
the
me.
baby world leader?
No, he rolled with
No,
Brady.
I
No,
picked
he-
Appetite, yeah.
Oh yeah, you picked Opataya.
I actually
but-
put actual money on Appetite, so don't play me like that. I got paid off that shit.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
about
but
to-
what I'm saying is I was already saying that shit. Like when you talk about it like you just came up with some innovative shit, and I was already saying to bet on Opataya in that fight. I said I have to be the casino's Huckleberry. They gotta get my money. Like I was all over that shit. But when I listen to you talk, it sounds like you just got off to the side and just came up with all of this shit and just wrecked this shit like I didn't already do the same thing a week before. Like all week. Like I talked about it on the corner, I talked about it on this channel, and you even mentioned it. You was like, damn, you bringing up this fight again? We already talked about it. And you asked me a question too. You were like, do you feel like Opataya is better than Usyk? And then I was explaining and all that kind of shit. You act like I wasn't on this shit. So that's why I say, nigga, you didn't want to give me my props because I nailed that shit.
What? Now you saying that I didn't just follow what you said, which I didn't. Like I gotta make up my own mind. I gotta make my own decision.
Hey, well, I guess this is for you. Crawford is a shiny toy. Spence is a skilled sledgehammer.
Nah, what? What they got to do with
Yeah, I don't know about this shiny. I don't know
Anyway,
about this shiny toy.
Yeah, I appreciate the amateur knowledge because I didn't know that. You know, I don't even look at that. But like I was
But
saying,
hold on though. See, that's shortening my shit. You act like I just came in here and told you about the amateur background, and I started talking about all kind of shit. I talked about the hand speed. I talked about the foot speed. I talked
I
about
saw
the
all of that for
athleticism.
myself when I watched them fight. I can see.
But even still, you asked me a question about the shit, and you asked me did I feel like he was better than Usyk, and that was part of my breakdown. You see what I'm saying? So by you saying appreciate the amateur background, that sound like all I did was come in there and say the amateur background and just leave it at that. Like, nigga, I broke that shit down.
Well, that's the one thing you told me that I couldn't see for myself. I could see that he fast. I could see that he quicker than you. I could see that. I saw that when I watched him fight.
Apex Legend Troll said, give the man his flowers, sir.
Yeah, hey, but this is the thing, though. This is the thing. In order for us to have this conversation, it got to be a bunch of winning going on around this motherfucker, nigga. We serve Crow in this bitch. And this is my nigga, because he about to win #1 on his fucking Champ Ross championship. So we going to have 2 champions on the corner, you know what I'm saying?
Man, I'm excited about that. I can't wait.
Yeah, that shit about to be player, man. We might have to find us a way so motherfuckers know we champion as soon as they see our shit. You know what I'm saying? Put a trophy next to our name or something, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, Duquesne, I need
But
to ask
I mean,
you.
I was gonna tell y'all though, the thing that ultimately made me ride with Opataya, you gonna think this shit crazy, but the fight, when I was researching him, I noticed the fight was happening 2 days after his birthday, and it's happening at home. And I like y'all don't know this about me, but I've been an astrologer for like 21 years. So
Okay.
for that to be happening like 2 days after his birthday, and for the skill gap to be that close, then I just knew he was about to win. Like that's what made me put money on. I'm like, it's too much. It's too much cosmically going on for him not to win this fight. But even if he lost the fight, I felt like he was gonna get the decision. But also, let's not act like Bradis didn't almost stop that man in the 11th round and had his jaw broke too. So
hold on. Before you say just before you say that, remember how many times people said Wilder was losing the whole fight, and then he knocked him out.
mm-hmm.
So old boy still won, right?
Yeah, he still won. But
So
I'm saying though, it was a close.
almost did. Don't count.
So when I say that, and I was like on the fence, like it's a reason for that. Like Bradis ain't no hoe ass fighter. Like when I damn broke that man's jaw.
But hold on though, that's a good point that you made. Our official pick on that fight was Opetaia by decision, and we got plus 275. That was our pick that we bet. I was scared that Opetaia was gonna stop him. Nigga, in like the 5th round, he had Bradis looking like a straight mess out there.
Dude, that uppercut he landed in the 4th, that shit was beautiful. Yeah, he broke his nose with that shit.
I thought he was gonna stop the man. I'm in here rooting for Bradis, nigga. Shit. I'm off here, nigga. Please hold that motherfucker. Clench the man, goddamn.
Hey,
Stop taking these clean shots.
Y'all mean tell me these boys done went? I missed the fight, so y'all mean tell me these boys done went 12. One with a broke nose, and the other with a broke jaw.
Hell yeah, nigga.
And Chris Colbert checking out a fight because it ain't going their way.
They said Opetaia's jaw was broken in the 2nd round, bro.
Yeah, wow. He took an uppercut that scared the shit out of me, and he took a looping right hand. I'm talking about that bitch was clean. I think that's the one that broke his jaw.
They asked him about the fight after they asked him in the post-fight interview. That motherfucker said, he just gave the mic back because he couldn't even talk.
That shit crazy, man. But I'm gonna tell you, when he took that punch, he didn't even stumble. In the commentators was talking about his toughness. Like, damn, that shit didn't even wobble him. He taking these punches. Wow. So the man is very tough, man. Is he Samoan?
It's something I can't remember exactly.
I know they look like
he might be one of the Kiwis.
He looked like he Pacific Islander.
Rosa Parker.
Yeah, I think whatever he is,
whatever he is, that's whoa, a broken nose and one guy with a broken nose and one guy with a broken jaw, and they still fought a hell of a fight. Come on, man. And like Mike D-Lo said, you got Chris Colbert who got punched in the stomach hard and decided that was enough.
And he's Samoan. Yeah.
This is my thing. Like the way I felt about Opetaia going into that fight is the way that I feel about Bam Rodriguez at the lower weight class. Like when we talk about Inouye and all these motherfuckers, I feel like they ain't never seen a nigga like Bam. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way I felt about Opetaia at cruiserweight. I said, man, they ain't never seen a man like that. He looked like he should be a 168 pounder the way he move and punch. But he ain't one of them lumbering ass motherfuckers. He more like I think that Usyk got the better footwork, but if Opetaia and Usyk had a foot race, my money is on Opetaia.
Yeah, he more athletic than Usyk.
But what I'm saying is he's more athletic than all of them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I say I feel like they ain't never seen a motherfucker like him before in his weight class. And that's one reason. And another thing, I felt like Bradis, like everybody kept saying that he was the best cruiserweight in the division. I felt like they were saying that like by default. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't feel like he just whooped all this ass, like all the ass that was put in front of him, and he was the last man standing. He ranked the best because Usyk decided to go to heavyweight. If Usyk stayed at cruiserweight, it would be Usyk number one. We wouldn't be talking about no damn Bradis, even though he gave a good fight.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That ain't his showing against Usyk.
Yeah, he had a good fight against Usyk, you know what I'm saying? But I still think people will unanimously feel that Usyk is the number one fighter in the division.
Yeah, unanimously. And since we're speaking on Usyk so much, who thinks that I heard you say that you seen that they was looking, how did you put it? That Joshua might stand a chance to beat Usyk based on some of the stuff Derek Chisora was doing.
Yeah, man.
Chisora threw caution all the way to the win. I don't think Joshua able to. Well,
You
I
gotta
mean,
do
he
it though,
able,
bro.
but I don't know if he gonna do it though.
You have
I've never
to.
seen him do it though. I've never seen him throw caution to the wind.
I mean, he'll do it if he got somebody, you know what I'm saying, in front of him that he feel like he got hurt and can run downhill on him like Pulev. You know what I'm saying? But against somebody, and he did the same thing against. I'll say the one fight that he did, because he did get hurt in that fight. I'd say it's the Povetkin fight. You know what I'm saying? Where he kind of just realized that he had to just go ahead and pose himself and get this dude out of there. But other than that, I can't think of many times. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the Klitschko fight.
No, I would say he threw caution more to the wind against Dillian White.
Yeah, but
That's
I mean,
that's the Joshua that I feel like need to come back. The
yeah, but
Dillian White Joshua.
Dillian White.
that's before all the titles and the money and all that. So I think you're asking a lot for him to go back to that. You know what I'm saying? That was, he really had hunger back then, and then
I'm
that
not
was like a grudge match.
I'm not saying we gonna get it, but I'm saying that's what he need.
Yes,
You know what
sir.
I'm saying? Like he got a Eli Zachary used to come through because he liked them dog fights and shit. I ain't seen him in a while, but salute to that nigga. But he be talking about how the dog be barnstorming in your chest and out your ass. That's the way Joshua needs to approach this situation. Fuck all of that trying to play chess. Like I said before, we got to flip the whole chessboard over. Throw all caution to the wind. I'm coming to get you. You know what I'm saying? If you try to move to my right, which is your left, you walking into a looping right hand. You're going to want to try to come back the other way and get around my lead foot. I'm coming back with the hook on your motherfucking hand. We're going to keep you in front of us today. That's what Chisora was doing. And like I said, on 2 scorecards, the man lost 7-5. So I would have to think that's a fight that you would want to go back and study. That's the reason hell I went back and looked at it. I looked on BoxRec and I'm like, hold on. 115 to 113 on 2 scorecards. Let me go back and check and revisit this. And I saw that he was doing a lot of the same thing that Orlando Salido was doing against Lomachenko. And that seems to be effective against that Papachenko style, because that's basically what Usyk and Lomachenko, they like the same fighter down there. You know what I'm saying? Almost. In a lot of ways.
Usyk just got a little more dog, I think.
I think Lomachenko got a little dog too, even though he looked like a cur against Teofimo Lopez.
Boy, he packed it in against
Man,
Lopez.
shoulder was fucked up.
Don't you do that.
Oh,
Don't you do
man.
that.
No, that's a shoulder advocate, man. You gotta
the
let him
shoulder
do his
sign.
job. Yeah.
Man.
Hey, that man. Hey, I made a video before that fight where that man. I basically took his interview with ESPN, where he said basically it was the best he ever felt going into a fight. We were fixing to see, basically like he was fixing to put on a virtuoso performance, and then went out there and then throw a punch for 6-7 rounds, and then start talking about his shoulder after he lost the fight. Man, I don't respect that dude for that.
Salute Eric R. He said salute, fam.
Salute, bro.
I don't respect him either with that. Apex Legend Troll said Anthony Joshua before the panic attacks.
Yeah. Before the panic attack, square business.
I don't think he gonna beat Usyk, but I was wrong when I didn't think he was gonna beat Andy Ruiz. But Ruiz ate himself out of that damn win.
Andy showed his ass.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
you
was
know
so
what?
mad at Andy.
The thing about the Chisora fight, where I say now, granted, Joshua got a different trainer now, but the thing that kind of concerned me about him being able to draw on the Chisora fight was the Chisora fight happened right before he fought Usyk, and he still him hauled and tiptoed around about like Joshua basically got a drug into that Usyk fight. You know what I'm saying? Him and Eddie, they basically wouldn't make the fight unless they got that rematch stipulation put in there, which is not the norm for a mandatory title defense. So they didn't have a lot of confidence going into that fight to start with, despite seeing Derek Chisora have all this success against the man. So, I don't know if maybe with a different trainer they look at all that and they can figure out, but at the end of the day, I do think Joshua knows that he can't do what he did in the first fight and win. So that, and the fact that he went and got a trainer does make me feel better about his realism, what I'm saying, his honesty to himself. So maybe we do get a different fight.
Well, I will say this though, I still think he had something to work on and work with in the first fight. I went back and looked at that shit again. He was punching back in there now. Like the further we get away from the fight, it seemed like he went out there and just got shut out, but he really didn't. Like Usyk was fucked up looking after that fight. His face and shit had cuts and marks and shit all over. It would be times he would fall in with that double jab, and Anthony Joshua would counter him with that right hand, kind of the way he did against Charles Martin when Charles Martin shot the jab right there, took the counter right hand and got dropped. It was some moments like that against Usyk, you know what I'm saying? So he still had some moments where he imposed his will a little bit in the fight, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a complete massacre like the way we like to say, and I think it's reflected in the odds. Usyk is only a 2-1 favorite. Joshua is at like plus 160. It ain't like Usyk is a 20-1 favorite or something in this fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And me, you know, being an Usyk fan, I ain't gonna lie. I thought Joshua boxed better than I thought he would against Usyk, even though he was out there trying to box.
I did too.
Yeah.
I felt like he tried to fight his fight though, man. Like, you know how the Eastern Europeans, they like to dictate the pace and dictate everything with their lead hand and shit. They be kind of out there jousting a little bit. And I felt like he was out there trying to play his game. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you let him be the leader.
Yeah, we call that pacing and leading. You got to go out there and make him fight your fight. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. Like, you don't fight fire with fire, you fight fire with water. Like, if you play poker or something, I love to play poker. I don't know about y'all, but if the table is being aggressive, you be passive. Trap the motherfuckers. If the table is passive, you be aggressive. Bluff the motherfuckers and take the chips. Game theory is you do the opposite of what the competition does. So for you to go out there and mimic your competition, you're fucking up. Just like James Toney fighting against Roy Jones. Roy Jones shoot a chicken feint out there. James Toney do the same thing, shoot a chicken feint. Roy Jones lead left hook, knocked him on his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? You make him fight your fight instead of fighting his fight.
That's why I felt like Wilder fucked up against Fury too.
I think he messed up when he changed his gloves.
Cause like even before the fight, you know what I'm saying, when Tyson Fury used to do that only one Tyson, then fucking Deontay Wilder start mimicking that shit. And he gonna lean on it. Okay, well I'm a bulk up. You know what I'm saying? It's just like he just let Tyson Fury dictate everything.
That's a good point.
The fight and the fight.
That's a good point. And really, when I see that kind of shit, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know about that. I would have took notice of that. It's kind of like Erickson Lubin when he fought against Jermell Charlo. I saw that at the weigh-in. They did their weigh-ins and stuff. Then they did their face-off. And then Charlo started flexing, so Lubin started flexing. Charlo started beating on his chest and all that kind of shit, talking about, well, you gonna boss up? I'm a boss up, and we gonna do this and Lubin doing the same thing, going back and forth with the man. So everything that Charlo did, Lubin did. And when I seen that, I was like, that's mental weakness right there. He done already lost the first round.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't think he was gonna get knocked out in the first round like that, but I felt like he lost the first round though, pacing the lead.
He ran into an ugly punch too. Eric Arce, I think AJ got threw off by all the feints and busy jab and kept him off balance.
Oh yeah, that's all part of fighting a sophisticated fighter.
Mentioning that damn Charlo Lubin knockout, I was noticing when I was looking at that Tete footage, he got knocked down the same way by Casemiro, being a left-hander trying to lean to his left, and got caught with that right hand.
Exactly the exact same shit. Exactly, yo.
Eric Arce, chess. I ain't played poker in 20 years. Chess. I'm gonna try my chess. He said he ain't played poker in 20 years though, Trey.
Oh yeah, that shit. You can win some money on that poker table. I prefer poker, man. That's my favorite game.
Okay.
That's one of the only things you can go to the casino and play and they don't have an edge on you. Is you against the other players at the table, and the casino makes their money by taking a rake out the pot. So they don't have a fixed edge on you. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing you can. That and sports betting, if you skilled enough to do it. Those are the only two things that you can win at the casino. Everything else is built for you to lose off the top.
Shoot, I was hitting pretty good on the crap table.
Oh, you're gonna have your streaks. But in the end, your ass will go down.
The minute I lost anything, I walked away. Come on, all my chips going with me.
Well, most gamblers don't do that, and plus you have to be advantageous. Well, you have to be lucky enough to get to that position because you don't have to start off going up. Your ass can go down starting off.
If I start off going down, I'm done.
See, but this is the thing. Most people don't know the odds of the games that they play. Like I can ask you right now, If you catch an 8, what's the odds of you hitting your 8?
I stand about a 50% chance of hitting my 8.
Okay, let me ask you this: how many ways can you make 8?
I'm gonna hit it 5, 3, 4, 4, 6 deuce.
Okay, so how many? Okay, so that's 3 ways that you can make 8, right?
Uh-huh.
How many ways can you make 7?
Just one. 2. 5 deuce, 3, 4.
And what's the other one?
What is it? 5 deuce, 3,
6
4.
1.
6 1. 6 1.
So looking at that, you think you got 3 ways to hit 8, and you got 3 ways to hit 7, right? And that's wrong. The odds are 5 to 6. If you catch an 8, the way that you can make an 8 is 5 3 3 5 because it's 2 dice, 6 2 2 6, and 4 4. That's 5 ways. You have 6 ways to make 7. 1 6 6 1 5 2 2 5 4 3 3 4 5 to 6 underdog. So that means that when you shoot at an 8, the casino has 6 ways to win, and you have 5 ways to win. So they got the edge on you, and that's the best situation. If you catch a 5, and that's for a 6 also. The 6 is 3 3 2 4 4 2 1 5 5 1. If you catch a 9 or a 5, let's say a 9, you got 4 ways to win. You got 6 3 3 6 5 4 4 5. You still have 6 ways to make 7. So that means the odds of 4 to 6 reduced down to 2 to 3, that the casino has 3 ways to win, and you have 2 ways to win. Let's say you catch a 10 or a 4. We'll say 10. You got 6 4, 4 6, and 5 5. You have 3 ways to win. You 6 ways to make 7. So that reduced down to 2 to 1 odds that the casino has the edge on you. I'm sorry, Pops. I apologize. I apologize to my dad. I told myself I wasn't going to do this shit no more. I'm just making a point because I'm over here giving up the game, basically. But most people don't know the odds to the games that they play. So when they go to the casino, they don't even understand the edge that the casino has on them. That's why it's best that people don't fuck with gambling unless you really understand math and you understand the odds of what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Good shit.
Word.
Oh yeah.
I say, damn.
So by saying that, if you ever in a dice game, don't never touch the dice. Only fade the people. Only fade them. That means that you will always have the big number and they have the small number. That's the reason why the casino lets you shoot and they don't shoot them. So if you ever at a dice game, let them shoot and you will win all the money over time. It was a time because I used to I know, man, I hate to say this shit because y'all ain't gonna fucking believe me, man, but I used to be playing in some big dice games and I would be breaking motherfuckers. I got some shit that other people don't have, and it was taught to me by my dad. You know what I'm saying? So I have something that other people don't have. But look, once I ran out of action, it would be like small dice game. People would be shooting $1, and I felt like I was too good to do this. I felt like I was above this because I done been in dice games. I'm shooting 100, betting 100. What the fuck I'm shooting $1 for? But I got real down on my luck, right? I'm broke as fuck. So I just said, man, fuck it. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot with these motherfuckers. I put this on my life. God can strike me right now. I took $30 and put that shit on $8,000 in like 2 months. You know what I'm saying? Just shooting $1 with the youngsters in the neighborhood. They all selling crack every single day. This was the thing. They all go out there and hustle, and then they come find me at the end of the day because they know I got the bankroll, and then they want to try to run through my bankroll. And all I do is just fade them all. Just fade them on the concrete. I'm on concrete so much that all my skin is scraped off my knees and shit because I'm on concrete all day long with these youngsters. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's some powerful shit I just told y'all, man. Real shit.
I feel you. Eric R said, damn, I almost split my phone in half with my forehead. I zoned out and thought I was back in math class. That boy Trey started spitting those numbers. Apex Legend Trolls said, if you at a dice game winning all the money, bring some protection. Real talk.
Oh, man, I done been robbed 3 times in my life. You know what I'm saying? Once at a dice game. You know, I ain't gonna tell y'all the story. I know y'all probably want to hear that shit, but yeah, definitely bring your protection, especially if you green. See, that's one thing. See, everybody don't need to be doing what they doing. Like I was taught to do what I was doing, so I can go win. But I'm not a street guy, so I don't have no kind of street sense, especially at that time. Like I was young,
Right.
so like so this is what happened, right? So I had I basically, to make a long story short, I had went and hit a trap, you know what I'm saying, with some youngsters, and I went in there. We took all their money, and it was this one guy that said that he wanted to go shoot at his house. He had some more money. So I went to his house and I took his money and I had him down to his last $10. But look, but before we even got to this point, it was hot in his house, right? So I took my shirt off while I'm gambling. So you can see I don't have no gun. I'm just off in there with a whole bunch of money. I ain't got no gun. So I got this dude down to his last $10. He called his friends on the phone talking, hey man, y'all hurry up, man. Y'all come on, man. I'm thinking he calling some more people to come gamble. So I sit up there, I'm waiting on the shit. He's shooting his last $10. I'm waiting on these niggas. I'm greedy. I'm trying to get some more money. Soon as them niggas came, this nigga dove on me. I had these youngsters with me. I had my partner, little brother, and his little cousin. And I felt like I was kind of responsible for them. Me and this nigga, we wrestling on the ground because I got the money in my hand, right, like an idiot. He done dove on me, so now we on the ground tussling for the money. I look up and I see my youngsters in the hallway. They got them niggas in headlocks and shit. This nigga calling his girl to go get the gun. So I'm just like, man, I don't want to be responsible for these niggas getting fucked up in here. They with me. I'm the older cat. I'm like 22. They like 15. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I probably need to go ahead and let this money go. So I let that shit go. But so I guess I can consider that a robbery. Didn't nothing happen to it, but I'm gonna say we actually got lucky because the nigga literally just took back the money that he lost and gave me the rest of the money back. Ain't that crazy? But that's still a robbery though.
Yeah.
They got the guns. I'm outnumbered. I got
Strong
these
arm.
youngsters. Nigga, I just took my loss and got my ass up out of there. You know what I'm saying? It come with the territory. It is what it is.
Nigga was a victim of a moral robbery.
This nigga feel sorry for you because you had the youngsters with you. Man.
I guess that's what it was or something like that, man. But the motherfucker did give me my money back though.
They got what it wanted.
What'd you say?
I said, they got what they wanted. You know what I'm saying, motherfucker? Hey, that was just a classic case of somebody gambling with money they couldn't afford to lose, or couldn't, you know what I'm saying, come to grips with losing. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't realize that until he told this girl to go get that gun, and the way that she was moving to go get it, I could tell, like, I got the rent money, I got all kind of money right there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
they can't afford to lose. Right?
Hey, he was about to lose her too.
Damn.
But that's square business though, man.
You put it like that, yeah, you got a lot going on. You done took the man groceries and everything, boy, yeah. I can see how that's all unfolding.
Yeah, and I'm green. I'm square as a pool table, twice as green.
But you up in there with no pistol at all?
Bro, I ain't never owned a gun. I have never owned a gun in my life. I shot a gun one time when I was like 9. I shot a 12 gauge in the forest. I shot at a can. I missed that motherfucker.
That's why you ain't up on no gun. That 12 gauge probably kicked your ass at 9 years old.
Well, I remember, you know, the recoil or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that bad. I remember I missed the can, but I don't know, bro. I really feel anxiety when it comes to guns. I be feeling like I'm gonna shoot my own goddamn self with the gun. You know what I'm saying? Like I have had a gun. Like I didn't own it. I used to have my own poker game. So my partner gave me a gun for protection for the game. Well, it was actually me and my dad's game. You know what I'm saying? And he gave us a gun for protection. But my dad ain't a gun person either. Nigga,
wait a minute, you had a poker game like that movie where old girl got real rich and ended up having to go in front of Congress and stuff because of a poker game?
I can't remember the name of the movie, but I know what movie you're talking about. Yeah, I had a pretty good game, bro.
Wow.
I had a game with a lot of Army people because it's in Killeen, so it's right there next to Fort Hood. You know what I'm saying? We had the county commissioner come to the game. We had a doctor that had come to the game. We had a pretty big game. The chips, like like we would have $500 chips and $1,000 chips. Like we had yellow chips that were 500, purple chips that was 1,000. It wouldn't be like that every single time, but it would be games where we pull out the big chips. Like it's a bunch of money in that motherfucker. But the thing is, we got robbed twice. Like we got robbed one time, we moved, restarted the game, and we got robbed again. And the second time, everybody like, nigga, how y'all keep on getting robbed? So they started thinking that we did it. So that cut me off from all gambling action. That I got exiled out the community. Me and my dad did, because they were saying that we were setting up these games. So that's what that really changed my life. I swear to God, that changed the course of my life. That moment.
Wow. So y'all don't like guns that much that y'all just decided not to get them to protect your.
We was dumb, bro. Like we acted like life was a bed of roses. Like nigga, we ain't even had no security. Nigga, we ain't even had a door lock. Nigga, you can literally just walk up and walk into the goddamn game. You know, like
y'all was green as hell.
Yeah, we were green. I'm talking about like we treating this like it's the 80s or something. Like everybody just cool and the gambling shack, everybody just come through. But you know, it's a different time.
Had heat up in that gambling shack. You would heat all up in that gambling shack.
Not all of them though, man. I grew up around that kind of shit too, because that's what my dad was offering to. It wouldn't always be like that, man. Be times.
They always was, boy. You better believe it was somebody in there with that heat. Some old lady sitting over there in that corner drinking. You think she's drunk?
I understand that, but that don't mean that you ready to use it all the time. Like a motherfucker walk in when them folks running there with them AK-47s, even if you got a gun.
Oh, see, you just brought us to a time. See, we wasn't running around with AK-47 shit back in my time. You had
nigga, both the times.
What the fuck?
Both the times my poker game got robbed, it was AKs, nigga. And when they run up in that bitch, like the second time, it was the gun that my friend gave me was right behind me on the fireplace. I'm dealing the game. I had time to reach back and grab that bitch and try to do something, I guess, if I wanted to. But nigga, that shit was so goddamn fast. Them niggas in there with them guns, nigga, I got my ass on the ground. Shit, fuck the bullshit. Nigga said a prayer, nigga. Fuck the bullshit, nigga. Hey man, ain't nothing realer than seeing a gun to your dad's head and this motherfucker making him go get the money. And then my girlfriend over there too, because she working at the game. She serve drinks and shit and get tips, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker want a little massage and shit. I let her do that. But they robbing her too, nigga. I'm talking about costume jewelry, nigga. Jewelry don't even look real, nigga. They taking that shit, nigga. Gun to her head. Like Biggie said he want the number one mom pendant. Yeah, nigga, that shit's real, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So even if you got a gun, are you sure that you will pull that bitch out and start busting? If 3 motherfuckers run in there in a split second with AK-47s?
You asked me the 5 months?
That's just like the odds on the dice you talked about, right? Your one gun, you got 3 guys with AK-47, play the odds.
And I got a pea shooter.
I think I'm laying down, let them go ahead and get that money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what I would do differently, if I could do it again, I would have somebody be in a car and just be with a cell phone. Keep the door locked, of course. Get some fucking cameras. Yeah, get some cameras if I can, but have somebody outside looking for suspicious activity. And then just have a cell phone so we can get the communication. They can let us know what's going on instead of us just being some sitting ducks. You know what I'm saying? Because I think the communication is even more important than having a gun in that moment. You know what I'm saying? Because we can have that shit locked down and motherfucker can't even get in. And we can call the police or something if we have to, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, make it so exclusive that you only those people that's in it know where it's at.
Yeah, we were green as a motherfucker, man.
But yeah, that's we're gonna have to dive into that some more.
But that's why I approach it the way I approach. Like when I talk to you, I'm always talking about numbers and shit and this and that, because that's the way my dad taught me about gambling. He taught me to never gamble fair and square. He said fair and square gambling is for suckers. He say always have an edge. If it's 10 balls in a bag, 6 of the balls need to be yours. At least. Don't have 5 years and 5 the other guys where it's a 50-50 coin flip and y'all gambling fair and square. Like, nah, that don't make money. always have an edge. So anything I gamble, trust and believe. I done looked at the numbers, and I can tell that I have an edge somewhere. I would never come in here and make a bet fair and square.
That explains a lot. See, you opened my eyes to a part that I just couldn't figure out, but now I know.
Yeah. I know I took the conversation a whole totally crazy direction. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you
I
know,
apologize
this
to the
talks boxing
subscribers.
and everything else. Everything.
Right. So
he
what's the
chilling.
odds on AJ landing the right hand that knock Usyk
No,
out?
no. A more important question is, what's the odds of Spence putting body blows to Crawford in the corner and catching him up top, ending the fight?
See, that right there, that's one of the only fights that I'll gamble somebody like online, like not online, but like on YouTube. Like, let's say somebody say they want to bet $20. I don't mind that shit because I feel like it's a 50-50 type of fight. You know what I'm saying? So it would be just for fun. It's not like I'm trying to make money. It's just to have fun with it. You know what I'm saying? But anything else, nigga, I'm gambling online and getting them odds. You know what I'm saying?
The way things shaping up, man, Crawford and Smith, betting Vegas gonna be about the same as betting anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like the odds. I mean, as far as betting on the outcome, on the winner.
Right.
I guess the money on the fight is gonna be betting on the outcome. You know, whether it's a stoppage and what round in between these rounds, or whether it's a decision or whatever. That's because I mean, as far as like who wins the fight, look like it's gonna probably end up being where, you know what I'm saying, you really gonna have to put a bunch of money in to actually win money.
But not really. They got the odds so close that you at least gonna win like 80% of your bet. So you bet 100, you'll win 80.
Yeah, but I mean, if you bet me 100, you gonna win 100.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, but hey, I want to slip this little one thing in about Spence Crawford. I thought about it about 45 minutes ago, but conversation went somewhere else. You know,
What?
He got kind of quiet. Is that just that nigga disappeared?
The phone ate him up.
Wow, that
My
was
nigga
like,
got raptured, man.
like he said, you know what? I'm like, what? I look up, he going like a fuck.
I'll sit up here waiting too. Like, what is he about to tell me?
All right. So no, but what I was trying to make is you know, about how somebody wins the fight. To me, when you got two guys, you know what I'm saying, of the caliber of Spence and Crawford, I think for me, I can't say what nobody else does or can do, has to do, or whatever. But for me, I have to give credit to the winner, regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at it like I hear people say, well, if Crawford goes out there and he fights off the back foot and he pot shot Spence and outboxes him, you know what I'm saying, to win that way, I can't really give him credit because he didn't go in there and, you know, really, you know, go in there and fight him. And then, you know, on the flip side, you got, you know, people who feel like, well, if Spence goes in there and just imposes his size, then, you know, you can't really give him credit for that. You know, to me, I feel like regardless of how either one of these guys win that fight, that they deserve, you know, all the credit for getting the victory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course you got things like robberies and things like that, but I don't foresee this being a tight fight that one guy going, you know, should have won it on the cards and then the other, it goes the other way. I feel like if that even is the case, it'll be so close that you can't call it a robbery. You know what I'm saying? You may say, well, I felt like, you know, Smith won 7 rounds to 5, but then it went 7-5 the other way or vice versa. But situation like that, I don't really look at those as robbery because it's always a couple swing rounds in fights. Now, Canelo Bivol, had there been a draw, that would have been a robbery.
See, me, I think when folks say shit like that, it sounds like an admission. If you say if Crawford go out there and outbox the man on the outside without engaging, you admitting that it's a chance that Crawford might can go out here and outbox this guy. You done seen enough evidence from Crawford that he's graceful enough that he can go out there and pull off the type of performance that he fought against Postal, where he can go out there and fight a straight up hit and not get hit, straight up clinic. And if you saying that you thinking about Earl and his size, you acknowledging that it's a chance that he might go in here and bulldoze this motherfucker and go in there and impose his will, impose his size, go to the body and fuck him up. So both of them to me sound like an admission that you feel like what you're saying that you don't want to give credit to might take place.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. It's almost like you already making an excuse. Well, if my guy lost, if he go out there and lose, well, he lost because the other guy did this. He didn't go out there and give him a fair one.
Oh, see, I don't think like that.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I know.
Yeah, we ain't been saying none of that kind of stuff, man. We've been talking about giving credit. The only one that don't want to give credit is the Game. But he said he don't want to give Pam.
There you go. I knew y'all talk about me. I wonder when y'all gonna say my name.
Well, give the credit to the man when it's credit due. You can't be holding back credit if Spence win. It's just the win, you know.
But again, that was a contextual argument. We were talking about pound for pound, and that was a concession on my part to say, well, okay, if you beat him in a certain style. But I really don't believe like a bigger man can beat pound for pound for beating such a smaller dude.
Wait a minute.
That ain't how I think.
They the same size.
Hell, he that much smart. He act like he fighting Mikey Garcia again or something, man.
Ain't they the same size?
Hey, and if he got for all the credit he got for Mikey, he might well get it for Bud because Mikey is on that heavy lifting list.
I didn't get no credit for Mikey. None at all.
Hold on. Gamboa is part of Bud's legacy, right?
At 135 years, yes, sir.
Right, but is Bud bigger than Gamboa at 135?
That's a good point, OG.
Absolutely.
Okay, so do he get credit for beating up Gamboa?
Absolutely. Got it from me because I picked his ass to lose.
Okay, so why couldn't Spence get credit for Mikey?
Well, I ain't say you don't get credit for him, but I look at it like I don't consider that no world-class win or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at it like this. It was a fight I didn't want to see, but I also don't think it was a fight Spence wanted to see. You know what I'm saying? It was a situation where Mikey wouldn't stop calling him out, and I think the people behind the scenes saw it as an opportunity to, you know what I'm saying, springboard, Spence, because, I mean, he was heavily favored for good reason. And the fight played out that way. I don't have a knock on the fight. I just don't see it as no, like I said, when people start talking about this heavy lifting, I can't look at Mikey as no heavy lifting.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna actually answer your question why he don't get credit for Mikey, whereas Bud could get some credit for Gamboa. Gamboa at least had one acclamation fight at 135 before he fought Bud.
No, hold on. I understand.
You ain't gonna let me explain my point?
But I feel what you're saying. I'm just looking at he's still little. His height, Bud was like bigger than him, period. Like bigger than Mikey.
Yeah, and this is why I'm saying Spence don't get no credit for Mikey because Mikey didn't have no acclamation fight. He went straight into the deep water and fought the supposedly the best guy at the weight. Like man, I ain't know. That's a win-win for Mikey and a lose-lose for Spence. If he lost that fight, then it was like, nigga, you wasn't shit.
See, but the thing is, the only thing, like I understand what you're saying, but it was a lot of people picking Mikey.
Sugar Ray Leonard. Well, Sugar Ray Leonard picked him because he got beat by them by hands
by Durant.
But I'm just saying it was a lot of high profile people that felt like that Mikey had a chance, talking about he sees something and all this kind of shit. So if the man go out there and get his ass whooped, you got to give him some kind of credit. You know,
man, Mikey's team didn't even have Mikey winning the fight.
Right. I know, but on the same, I'm just looking at it because I do hear it when they be saying that Spence shouldn't get credit for Mikey, and I'm like, well, Gamboa is. It don't matter how you pack the weight on him. The physical attributes of Terrence being bigger than Gamboa. I don't care that he came up and had an acclamation fight. Besides,
that's the thing, OG. If the only difference is one guy had one acclamation fight, that's not very much separation, bro.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't say Bud was pound for pound out beating Gamboa. And that's my only thing I'm saying about Spence. That don't make you pound for pound because you beat somebody coming up in weight.
Yeah, but
Gamboa across the board.
Gamboa still one of Crawford's top wins, though.
Okay.
That's the thing for me, is that with all this that we seeing, Gamboa is still like a top 5 win for that man.
That's a hell of a win to have. Shit, at that time.
But I'm just saying, over a smaller man though, a man that we can't give that much credit for because he's such a smaller guy. The only reason we gonna give him some credit is because he had one acclamation fight. That shouldn't be a top 5 win. Like for me, when I think about Errol Spence, I don't look at Mikey Garcia as like a top win, because I just don't have no respect for the size. Like it could be some inferior opponents that I would still have more respect for over Garcia, because he a small guy. The highest that he ever fought was 140. I felt like he really should have been like at 135 as an older guy. Didn't he fight as low as 126 before?
Yeah.
So I never like D-Lo say, I ain't ever put no cables on that shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I can't put cables on it for Crawford. Yeah. And that, to me, that speaks on how weak his schedule is. That one of the fights that we don't want to give him full credit for because the guy was so small is one of his top 5 wins.
Yeah, it's one of the better fighters he fought.
Yeah, that guy was one of the looked at on the top pound for pound type fighters at the time.
Hell, Mikey was
not
too.
Mikey Garcia.
Yeah, I get all that, but my point is at that particular time, you know, they fought round, they one division above what Gamboa was already fighting at. You know what I'm saying? Gamboa was, you know what I'm saying, at that point, you know what I'm saying, like said shit on, like, man, if you look at trajectory at that point, what Gamboa was and where Mikey was, man, Mikey was kind of pedestrian, you know what I'm saying? He went out there and did his thing against Robert
Easter. He beat up Easter Bunny.
Yeah, I ain't crow on that one, you know what I'm saying? I had more respect for Easter than to go out there and put on that type of performance. I thought he was gonna win. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, I think it's an apples to orange comparison. But at the same time, if you look at it in hindsight, if you look at the two guys and who do people hold at a higher acclaim at this point as their careers played out, you know, people gonna say, well, I like Mikey's career over what Gamboa did with his career. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, I really do feel like that Gamboa, once he got to 135, I'm not gonna put cables on him and say Crawford ruined him. You know what I'm saying? I just think that 135 was his ceiling, but it was past his ceiling at the same time, because he never really had a good win at 135. You know what I'm saying? It was like once he got to 135, he was pretty much stuck. You know what I'm saying? Like in a weight class that he didn't really belong. So you know what I'm saying? So I have to, you know, put all that in there. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's definitely a good win because of where Gamboa was at the time. I had Gamboa higher than Mikey at that time. You know, so I thought Gamboa had action that beat Mikey. Mikey didn't want to fight. You know, so and they fought. You know, some of around the same. They were at 126 together, and I think they were at 130 together. But you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I think the fight game, if you take the Gamboa that fought Crawford and you take the Mikey that fought Spence, I think that Mikey that fought Spence was actually a higher elevated fighter than Gamboa at that time. Like Mikey was a pound for pound guy. I don't know, was Gamboa on the pound for pound list? Because they had Mikey pretty high on the pound for pound list when he fought against Spence.
But look at what Mikey done did afterwards.
I'm just saying at that time. I'm saying at that time though, I still feel like Spence fought a pound for pound level guy, and Crawford didn't. He fought a pound for pound level talent, but I don't know if he was recognized as a pound for pound level guy.
I don't know because he had a little inactivity.
I just want to add to what D-Lo said. He said they fought basically a weight class above where Gamboa fought. Well, if that's the case, Spence and Mikey fought 2 weight classes above where Mikey fought. Because what he do, go out there and go to war with Lipinets at 140?
But
he didn't really do much.
This is the way I see it. We got 2 welterweights that both fought featherweights. That's the way I see it.
Well, one fought a featherweight at 147. One fought him 2 divisions below 147.
But it's 2 guys because but 2 guys that ended up at 47 though. Crawford to me was a weight bully. So
I was just gonna ask that.
I can't sit up there just because he killing himself to make this weight class that is some kind of separation with the hell no. The man was a weight bully. He killed himself to make them weight.
But you say he the good little man against the good big man. or great little, whatever, however. So you know what I'm saying? Is it a weight bully or is he really 147 pounds?
Now he disguised himself. That's all he did.
I think
Because when Spence go up and everybody say, "Oh, he really a middleweight," is he a weight bully at 147?
Hey, let me say something about that, man. I know this all sudden, but I had this come to my head earlier. I heard Danny Garcia, and he was talking about the Spence Crawford fight, and he was trying to kind of break it down and start talking about how he felt about both fighters, and then he made the comment that Spence is really a middleweight, and you know what I'm saying, like I didn't really like that, you know what I'm saying, because to me it kind of takes away from. It's almost like you trying to take away from what Spence did to you and say, well, I really couldn't hurt him because he's a middleweight. So he had an advantage that he used against me in the fight, and I get it. People been saying for years that Spence is, or too big for the division. But you know what I'm saying, that's not true. You know what I'm saying, to me, because I look at it like, man, like Paul Williams. I know he don't have the same frame that Spence has, different body type, but you know what I'm saying, Paul Williams was like 6'2", 6'3". Somewhere along in there, I think we listed at 6'1" or something. But Emmanuel Stewart said Paul Williams was about 6'3". So when I look at that, you know what I'm saying, like nobody went like clamoring for Paul Williams to get out the division. Paul Williams just left the division because he had a hard time getting fights, so he just started weight hopping to try to get the best fights he could get. So when I hear people say that about Spence, and you know what I'm saying, even you look at Boots, it appears to be bigger than Spence. Ugar's about the same size as Spence, even though he fought at a lower weight. Then you go back to guys like Tommy Hearns and Mark Breland and those guys. Like I just don't get how this 5'9" guy is classified as a middleweight.
Well, let me say, as a tall, skinny dude, man, you can't really help with how much weight. Sometimes you little for your size, sometimes you big for your size.
I think they all weight bullies. Like when they first get into the boxing, they come in at what I call an entry division. And that's the smallest weight class that they can get down to.
Yeah, that's what everybody do that.
That's what I'm saying. They all weight bullies. So Danny Garcia, he's not in his entry division no more. He's at welterweight. But he's fighting somebody that's been in his entry division the entire time. Earl Spence has been in his entry division for his whole career. So Danny feeling that shit. Because he ain't a guy that's been at 47 the whole time. He done moved up in weight. So that's what he's speaking on. Like the whole game is full of weight bullies. But if you don't play the game, you can't compete. But my thing is this: if Danny is saying this, what the fuck am I supposed to think about you moving to 154? If you think that Earl is a middleweight, what you gonna think them niggas at 154 are? These motherfuckers that 6 foot 1 and 3 and 4 and all these, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers is huge at 154, my brother.
Yeah, I don't know that move.
So if you can't hurt Earl, you ain't gonna be able to hurt them either.
Right.
But I feel like they all weight bullies.
Yeah, but if they all weight bullies, it's like nobody's a weight bully. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of like they all in the same thing together. So it's like why?
I can't say that. Huh? I can't say that. I can't say that because it's because like let's say what's the name of the guy that got knocked out by Gamboa, and we all think about him just being on the ground like, whoo, what the fuck that motherfucker just hit me with? Not Gamboa. He got knocked out by Golovkin.
Kell Brook.
No, you talking about Steve Rose?
No.
I know what you're talking about.
Curtis got knocked out by
Curtis Stevens.
Yeah, they knocked out the Brazilian fighter.
You talking about Curtis Stevens, right?
Curtis Stevens, you know what I'm saying? So he the type of guy that he don't fight at the smallest weight class possible. But since he don't do that, since he don't play the game, every fight that he's in, he's at a disadvantage. Same thing with the guy that got knocked out by Roy Jones in the rematch, Montel Griffin. This motherfucker's at light heavyweight, bro, and he 5'7". I think he could have fought at a lower weight class. Let's look at Brian Castano. Castano at 154. He could be at 147, in my opinion, with his frame, but he ain't trying to fight at the lowest weight class possible. Same thing with Israel Madrimov right now at 154. This motherfucker ain't the biggest guy. He could be at 147.
You can
Even
tell by
Boots.
how
Well, they all ain't weight bullies then. No, I just said if you said they all a weight bully, then nobody's a weight bully. So
But
they ain't all weight bullies.
But what I'm saying is the ones that don't. If you want to be successful, you're gonna be a weight bully for the most part. It's always gonna be exceptions to rules.
Right.
But if you ain't worried about that, if you willing to go in at a disadvantage, well, you got the right to do that too. But all the ones that's trying to be successful, they trying to fight at the lowest weight class possible. So if you want to go in there and fight at your natural weight class, you can do it if you want to, but you probably ain't gonna be successful.
Well, there's also disadvantages to that too. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys draining themselves to make these weights that they shouldn't be making, especially as they age and they still trying to make these lower weights. You know, there's a risk associated with that, and there's some depreciation and degradation that comes with that. In certain situations. So, because everybody, I mean, I know Golovkin. I know that he, you know what I'm saying, done been at 160 forever, but he don't seem to have been struggling to make that weight. But, a lot of guys that, stay at one weight class for as long as he has, they get to a point to where it starts to hurt them to continuously come down and make that weight, you know what I'm saying? And it starts to tell on them in fights. So, there's a risk associated with that, especially for these guys who, like you said, fighting well below, like Robert Easter comes to mind. I feel like, Robert Easter probably stayed at, 135 longer than he should have, just based on his frame and how his performances started to look.
Right.
I understand that, but even he looks like an outlier in today's boxing. A lot of these guys, like look at Earl Spence, he in his 30s fighting at his entryway class. How old is Charlo? Jermell Charlo
30s.
fighting at his entryway class. It wasn't like that before, man. They would fight at the entryway class for a few years, then they'll start moving up in weight. But in this modern time, they done mastered the art of fighting at such low weight class. Like, look at Sebastian Fundora. He's like a UFO or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like look at Jerry Hurd. You know what I'm saying? Like we at a time where these guys are mastering losing weight. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it could hurt them, but we seeing a lot of guys having success from this shit too. You know what I'm saying? In this modern time, man, like they done mastered the art of losing weight.
Yep. We got RDZ 10,000K. Boots versus Jermell at 154. I can't even think of Boots at 154 right now. Because he got work that he can get. Well, I don't really see what his new work gonna be. I don't see all his new class. Oh, he got he got a class that's coming up with him. So I can't even speak on that kind of fight.
That'd be tough, man. I probably have to go with Charlo. Just off the experience and just fighting at the top level. Boots, man, that's a pretty big jump going from Castillo Clayton to Charlo now. You know what I'm saying? That's a big jump going from what's my man that he beat before him?
Lipinets?
Thomas Delorme. Yeah, even Lipinets. That's a big jump going from them fighters to Charlo, man. So I can't just get too carried away. I mean, I like to look at fighters from the foundation. So it ain't that much of a difference. They really pretty close with the amateur backgrounds. I got one guy that's 56-8, and that's Jermell, and I got the other guy that's 57-6, and that's Boots. You know what I'm saying? So they pretty close with that shit. The athleticism and all that kind of stuff. Both of them are pretty explosive for their weight classes. I just got one guy that's a naturally bigger man, like Boots. He started his career at 140. That was his entry weight class. Him and Virgil Ortiz fought at 140. Charlo ain't never fought below 154, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but I think he done fought 154 the whole time. That's a naturally bigger man, with more experience and shit. I know that Boots look like a Superman, but I think I have to roll with Charlo.
I think Boots still need a little more, what you call it?
Seasoning or something?
Yeah, that. But I just don't see. I can't fathom seeing a fight with him and Jermell right now. I just can't run it through my head.
I think he'll start out hot, but I think as the fight go along, once he starts slowing down and all that, he starts slowing down. I think Charlo will start catching up to him with some hard shots.
I feel that same way about Crawford and Charlo. I don't I don't see that fight playing out because I'm like, it's too much going on in one weight class. I kind of feel D-Lo when he was saying he not for sure that, did he say that he not for sure Earl might move up? It's a lot going on. I think he could move up, but that'd be the time to start just fighting for legacy fights. If you really serious about not fighting Charlo, well, he did say he'll fight Charlo if the money's right. It's Charlo that keeps saying he wouldn't fight Earl. And then Derrick James literally said, I don't think they would ever fight. Heim will help both of them at the same time. He was making joke about it, but I don't think that they'll end up having a fight. But Spence did say he was open to fighting him if the money was right. To me, that's it. That kind of says a lot. Spence on his business. And
Yeah, that says a lot. Fuck all
saying?
that friendship, nigga. Let's fight and get this money, nigga.
That's exactly what he's saying. And Charlo is like, nah, that's my brother. And I'm so hearing Spence say that he'll fight, that rung a bell to me. I'm like, shit, y'all better get y'all shit together because if the money end up right, he gonna come. At least that's what he let me see. Right now, I don't know what's going on with him and Terrence Crawford. I wish I had their phone number. I'll be prank calling their ass. Sign the paper. Sign the paper. This is Terrence. Yeah. Sign the paper. My name D-Lo 404.
That motherfucker need to get they. Well, I think they need to just have the time to iron out everything, man. It's a big fight. It's a super fight, man. I don't think you supposed to be hasty in these situations necessarily. I think you need to cross your T's and dot your I's and make sure everything good. I think we just need to exercise some patience, man. It seems like both the fighters want to fight. I think we'll get it. We just gotta have some patience, man, and let them folks handle the business.
I knew this dude named Lloyd. He used to talk some real gangster stuff. I mean, talk about how he would, and it was stories from his hood about how he would do these things. And when it came down to it, Lloyd didn't have the skills that, him and his people was fronting about. And he wasn't that confident in himself. So sometimes he would ask for a fight or something and not really want it, but he talked a good ass game until somebody finally pulled his bluff. And a lot of people just didn't see it that way until they sat back years later and said, you know what? Lloyd wasn't shit.
One thing about that fight, this fight, you gotta look at Spence. Spence been with PBC. He know what to expect. He know, he know how they do business. He know he gonna be taken care of. You got Crawford coming out of a situation where he's having to sue his last promoter, and then he's trying to get into this fight without a promoter, and you got everything that got to be ironed out. And you got to think that this man can't afford to misstep here. You know what I'm saying? He can't come out this situation talking about suing PBC because the business went right. So, I understand that with everything that he already got going on, that, they're going to have to make sure everything right. But not only him, Spence as well. Because even though he been doing business with PBC and they took care of him, he never had a fight of this magnitude. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, when you got a fight like this, one part of it that I'm concerned about is when I listen to the things that, Espinoza says and Tim Smith and even Bob Arum back when he was involved, I felt like the power brokers been downplaying the fight and keep trying to act like the fight ain't as big as it is, kind of like Eddie Hearn did with AJ versus Wilder. He tried to act like the fight wasn't that big. And to me, it kind of make me kind of look side-eye at them like, are y'all trying to screw these fighters over? You know what I'm saying? Like, this fight going to go out there and do 800,000 and y'all tell these fighters that the fight did 450. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so I kind of, and I know there's a lot more to it than that when it comes in terms of monetary, earnings and stuff like that. But I kind of just feel like they've been kind of watering down this fight, even, going as far as to say the fans won't buy the fight and things like that. So I understand that it's going to take a while. but we've had a while, so hopefully they'll get it ironed out. But I ain't upset with neither one of the fighters if they're trying to make sure that their business right and that they got everything covered on their end. Because at the end of the day, I feel like the fighters need to be getting, they need to be getting the lion's share of the money, not the networks and all these other people who are involved who ain't gonna go in there and take a punch. But I know boxing don't always work that way.
As long as they covered and things are acceptable, I guess that's all I can say. And what can I say is acceptable? We heard all the different arguments from all sides, but just being real on what it is, you can't tell a man what to do or how to do it. True, Crawford is not with a top rank anymore. He got that case going on with him. Luckily, that judge sided with him to keep the case in Las Vegas. So I hope whatever he needed for it to be in Las Vegas worked for him. As far as this fight go, I don't know the money logistics of it for who getting what or anything like that. I pretty much never known when it came down to that, and I've never really cared. I just was satisfied that the fight happened. I really don't give a damn about who get the biggest amount of money. We do hear about it, and we be like, oh, they made this much. Okay, cool. At least that's the kind of passive way I look at it. As long as they get in the ring, and I don't want it to be a missed opportunity. And then we start hearing stories about this person wouldn't do this because they wanted this, or these people wouldn't be into this because they wanted that. I don't want to start hearing that kind of stuff if this fight don't happen.
I get a sense, like I haven't, I don't know if I've seen anything directly, but I get a sense that both these guys are already training for this fight. It seems like I done seen some shit like
that's what it looked like to me too.
Yeah, it seems like they are already training, getting ready for this shit, man. So that's what kind of give me some optimism that we gonna get it.
I've seen Spence training. I haven't seen anything with Crawford training. I think I saw a video. I don't know if it was old or not. He had his clothes on, but he was talking about how he had showed up and was sparring. He didn't have his mouthpiece. He just had his regular clothes on, took his hoodie off, and put some work on some people.
Well, you made a video about him training with Mike Tyson.
Okay, I heard about Tyson going to Omaha.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see the footage though. I didn't see it, so I can't speak on what I haven't seen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw a video the other day with Crawford in the gym, hitting the bags and shit.
Okay. No, the only thing I seen was him. He was, like you just, how you chilling and you show up at the gym and there's some cats in there talking, and he had his hoodie and I don't know if he had on some jeans or what, but he wasn't dressed for boxing. That's for sure. And he got his ass in the ring with him. And he was live or something, and he was talking about he put one boy down about 4 or 5 times, and the old boy was like, no, you put me down a couple. And he said, a couple is 2. I put you down more than 2. And then he put the camera on some other dude that was laying down kind of off in the distance. And he was like, he put hands on him too. But old boy had started saying something, and then, So that's the only thing I've seen. So if he's training like that, they good for it. But if y'all seen stuff like that, let me know so I can check it out. Because that would be a plus to me to know if they train and then, something's cooking. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, I seen also where somebody had I was on a live stream somewhere, and somebody had put in the comment section saying that I can't remember what the date is now, but they was talking about a date in October that is a weekend that the hotel rooms are like spiked, really high, and it ain't no other event at the MGM for that weekend, and all the rooms at the MGM is like stupid high too. So sometimes stuff like that, those little tea leaves kind of give you an indication that that might be the venue for the fight, and that's the weekend that it might go down. So it just remains to be seen. But I'm like I said, I think we get in the fight, man. But I do understand that there's some things that could derail it. But I'm hopeful. Because my thing is when people keep talking about this money and about purse demands and guarantees and all that and percentage splits, I have a hard time believing that we're 3 months in the negotiation and they still going back and forth about purse splits. To me, I think if you're trying to do any type of deal in business, and boxing included, and you ain't agreed on the monetary, demands or monetary value that at this point, at a certain point, you walk away because I mean that's a deal breaker. You got to say, okay, we done got to this point and we can't get past this, then we got to move on to something else because keep haggling about it for 2 or 3 months, you ain't gonna change. You know what I'm saying? Your position is what your position is on that. You know, you can say, okay, well, we can agree on all these other things, but if you're at a stalemate on purse splits and on guarantees and stuff, then I don't see the point of still negotiating 3 months later. So that's why I have a hard time believing a lot of this stuff that people come out with. I think a lot of it is just clickbait.
Great logic. Great logic. I'm hopeful that the fight happens. I can't say it enough that I think Smith's gonna win.
Well, when PBC pretty much made it clear that they wanted to make the Thurman Spence fight, and if they still hung up on, they can't agree on purses for these two for the Spence Crawford fight, I would think at some point they just say, okay, we can't make this fight right now. We need to go ahead and make the Thurman fight, and then come back to it. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the way I look at it.
Boo. I would hate that.
Yeah, I would. I don't think we're there because they talk with Thurman. They talk about all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even think that's a realistic fight right now. I think they realize that fans ain't clamoring for that fight no more. You know, Thurman, they didn't make Thurman take that fight when it should have been made, and I think they realize that at making it at this point, they, you know what I'm saying, they ain't gonna get the ROI that they would.
Only thing I can see happening out of there is Thurman getting beat up.
I want to ask y'all about a couple of fights this weekend. What y'all think? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Are they coming across the bit line?
Hell, I wanted to ask y'all about some shit that happened last week, but yeah, go ahead.
The first fight that I'm thinking about is this Magomed Kurbanov fight. He going against Patrick Teixeira. And the Kurbanov guy is a world beater. But when I look at him fight, I don't see a world beater. Excuse me. Like on my scale, he's supposed to be like a 4.5 or a 5. I think it's a 5. I think he a baby world beater. Yeah, he won gold in the Youth AIBA World Championships. But I watched him fight against Liam Smith, and I wasn't impressed. A lot of people in the comment section said they felt like Liam Smith won the fight. I think that if you're an elite fighter, you're supposed to go out there and decisively beat Liam Smith. Yeah, because when I see him fight other guys, like the cream of the crop type guys, they go out there and beat him. Like he got stopped by Canelo, he got stopped by Mongiel. He fought very valiantly in those fights, but I still think he got outclassed. So against this guy, Magomed Kurbanov, I'm looking at his defense. Like he think he Mayweather #1. So he got the raggedy ass shoulder roll that he doing. He do it like Adrian Broner though. Like he'll post up and kind of lean back with it sometimes. He keep his head on the line. So he was taking like stiff jabs from Liam Smith. I know this a little bit different because Liam Smith the orthodox and Teixeira is a southpaw, you know what I'm saying? But Teixeira's got the length, man. He tall, he got long arms, he got like a 76.5-inch reach. He done been in there with the best of them. Not necessarily, but he done been in there with some good fighters. He been in there with Brian Castaño. He been in there with Curtis Stevens when Curtis Stevens was, I know he got stopped by Golovkin, but he was hitting hard in the motherfucker in that fight. And he fought against Carlos Adames. Adames was hitting him with some hard-ass punches. I just don't even understand how he survived that shit. But he got a great chin to go through that. I know he got stopped against Curtis Stevens, you know what I'm saying? But since then, I think he done proved that he got a good chin. I know that this man comes for a war. Because he about that life. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Kurbanov is about that life. I don't think he like to get hit. I've been watching him fight. I see a guy that don't want to take no punishment. I think this fight is in Russia, you know what I'm saying? He might get like a robbery decision or some shit. But don't be surprised if Teixeira go out there and whoop his ass. And
I was seeing the same shit, watching it myself. I'm like, this guy, I mean, he's supposed to be good, but just same as you said, man, I just didn't really see it in his fight. I don't know if he got something up his sleeve he ain't showing us, but Man, look like Teixeira might have a link to pull off an upset, but I did look at the fact that it's in Russia too, so who knows, man.
That's the big thing, but I think Teixeira might be able to stop him. Teixeira do got a high knockout percentage. He got like 22 knockouts out of 30 wins. This guy seems to get hit very easily. It seemed like Liam Smith was just tagging him whenever he got ready. He keep his hands real low. He got a raggedy shoulder roll that he doing. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, Teixeira got the length and shit, long ass arms. And then I'm looking at what beat Teixeira. Teixeira got beat by powerful, explosive punchers that night. Like Castaño, if you listen to the audio from that fight, this man is jumping in with some explosive shit. Boom, boom. If you look at Carlos Adames, it's the same thing. Yeah. Man, I don't know if I ever seen Curtis Stevens hitting any harder than I saw him hitting in that fight. Kurbanov don't hit like that. He ain't got the type of power that these dudes was bringing. I know he got 13 knockouts out of 22 fights. But if you look at his fights and you look at the way them punches are connecting, this man ain't got that kind of power, man. I think that Teixeira gonna be able to handle whatever Kurbanov throw at him. But my question is he gonna be able to handle what Teixeira coming back with?
Yeah.
Well, Trey, I was gonna say when you were talking about the Liam Smith fight, is that I think the problem that he had with Liam Smith is that he didn't have enough power to you know what I'm saying, like the guys that really like dominated Liam Smith, they were good, you know, solid punchers, which probably, you know what I'm saying, it affected the way Liam Smith fought. This guy ain't cracking like that, so Liam Smith was able to stay on schedule. You know what I'm saying? That's the way, you know, the way I feel about it. But
that's
also,
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This guy you talking about here, baby world beater?
Yeah, baby world beater. He won the Youth AIBA World Championships.
Okay, go ahead.
I gotta give him that.
Go ahead, Dilo. I'll ask after you finish.
But the other thing I was gonna say, I just pulled up Teixeira's record. I'm looking at his box rate. Teixeira had a knockout since Curtis Stevenson stopped him. So his last knockout was in October 2015. So, you know what I'm saying, it's kind of hard to, you know, lean toward him, you know, getting a stoppage, even if he is hitting this guy with regularity, because, you know what I'm saying, like some of these guys that he didn't stop, getting stopped by other folks, like Nathaniel Gallimore. So, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think I'm gonna stick with the guy with the amateur experience, you know, the amateur pedigree in this one. I think I'm gonna go with Kurbanov, especially with the fight being in Russia, to feel like if it's a close fight, it's gonna go his way. And Teixeira probably gonna be in a situation where he got to get a stoppage, but when you ain't stopped nobody in 8 years now, 7 years now, I think I'm gonna go with the other guy.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna go with him too, but in betting, I might sprinkle a little something on Teixeira by knockout. You know what I'm saying? Because I know he ain't got the knockout, but this guy that he fighting this time, he don't like to get hit. Teixeira done been in there with some pretty tough guys. You know what I'm saying? This guy right here don't like to get hit, y'all.
Okay.
I'm just wondering what's gonna happen if he get in there and start getting tagged. And plus, he real small for the weight class. He only 5'9.5", but he ain't got that powerful type of base like a Castaño. He looked like somebody that could fight at 147 to me. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, he.
Hey, what do you do when he start to get hit? He completely change his game plan.
Yeah,
or
you could just see it written all over his face. Like he do a little stanky leg or something, and then he want to run and want to. I guess that's smart, but you could just tell he didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? It just stood out to me. Like this is a man that doesn't like to get hit.
So he kind of goes into a brief survival mode until he gets his bearings back, and then kind of go back to trying to do what he set out to do to start with.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Like you can knock him off his square a little bit to where his focus goes away from winning and more towards surviving. And then once he get everything recalibrated, he come back with something. But when he fought, but this is another thing. When he fought against Liam Smith, he beat the man 7-5. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if Liam Smith would beat Teixeira. I know it ain't all about no triangle theories, but when I look at them, I think Teixeira will beat Liam Smith. So that's something that's just standing out to me too. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see, man. We'll see about this guy Kurbanov.
I don't know with with him going on the world stage. You know, that means something to me. And he got a winning record.
He undefeated. He 22-0 with 13 knockouts.
So with that being said, maybe you overlooking something. What is competition looking like that he going up against?
Well, let me add a little something. They were supposed to fight since December 11th of 2021. Fight got canceled in December of 21, and then it got canceled again in March of this year. So now they finally fight. So they done had a long time to prepare for each other, if that means anything.
Okay. But still, I'm just saying it's got to be something about this dude and the style of fight that he doing, other than getting knocked off his square and moving around in survival for a hot second. It's something that he doing to accomplish these wins.
Yeah, fighting at home. That's why the people were saying they felt like Liam Smith got robbed in the fight. They felt like he lost his last fight, but it was in Russia. So he got the decision. Hell, and you could tell after the fight, he didn't know who won that fight. He was happy as a motherfucker when they raised his hand. So that's just something to me, bro. Like Liam Smith is a B-level fighter. But if you a world beater, that means that you got action at being an A-level fighter. And if you going out there going life and death with Liam Smith, that's telling me that you're probably not an A-level fighter. Because all the other good fighters that I see Liam Smith fight, they usually stop him. But you going life and death with him.
So his stats is padded.
I'm not gonna say that it's stats. Well, it might be.
When I say it like that, it's padded
it
because he fight at home. So we really don't know. We really don't have a real read on him. If everything's been done in Russia, we don't have a real read on him on what he can do with real competition abroad. So that do put a dent in that world beater jacket.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, them scores are real close, even in Russia, 115 to 113 twice.
That's what I'm saying. And that could have easily been a draw fight. It was, you know what I'm saying? So I just feel like if you elite, bro, you're not supposed to go 115 to 113 against Liam Smith, who is one of the most basic fighters. And I got respect for Liam Smith. He actually one of my favorite fighters, to be real with you. You know what I'm saying? I just like his attitude. But I don't think he's special though. I think he's a solid B-level fighter. And you going life and death. So if you going life and death, ain't that showing me that you might be a B-level fighter?
Yeah, because I was watching that footage against him fighting Liam Smith, because I gotta do my little research. I was like, okay, well, how did he beat Liam Smith? And I'm watching the fight. I'm like, wait, let me make sure he really won this fight, because it didn't look like he was winning. You know what I'm saying? Like he was pulling off some kind of win in that fight. So
I saw a dude. I saw a dude on the video. He said that I'm from Russia, but I think that this guy here, Teixeira, gonna beat him. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
So he ain't even got the respect of all his own people, man. So that's just standing out to me. They got the guy as like a 5-1 favorite. If you take Teixeira by decision, you get 7-1. If you take him by the knockout, it's like 8-1. Hell, I might put a little something on both sides just in case.
Sprinkle something on a surprise knockout.
Or a decision, man. You never know. Yeah, they might do the right thing on the cards. Put something on both of them.
I'm gonna speak to my oracle later. I'm going whichever way they go.
Oh yeah, and the other fight I want to ask y'all about is Mark Mascayo versus Ray Vargas. That was a kind of tough one for me too, because both of them got the amateur backgrounds and shit. Ray Vargas got the deeper amateur background. Mascayo was like 220. I couldn't find a numerical record for Ray Vargas, but he was a 7-time national champion in Mexico. Won a few tournaments. He fought in the AIBA World Championships, but he got knocked out in the first round by Luke Campbell. Ooh. And that's not too bad for an amateur. Luke Campbell was Olympic gold medalist and shit. He was a bit of a world beater his own self. as an amateur. Matter of fact, I think he won AIBAs as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only reason I went because even on the world beater stage, I would expect you not to get knocked out in the first round.
Yeah, but he's not a world beater though.
I know that's he was on that stage.
Yeah, if we put him on the scale, we'll have to say that he was like a 3.5 because 3.75 because he did make it there, but he didn't get a win. For you to be solidified in that spot, you have to get there and get a win. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Masgallo like a 3.5 because he was like a national champion in his own country. He won it like 4 times, and he won elite boxer of the tournament 2 out of the 4 times. So that's about a 3.5 solid fight. Both guys got pretty decent power. Masgallo got that heavy-handed shit where he can hit you with one shot and knock you on your ass. Ray Vargas got the length, long ass arm. Yep, 5'10", got the height, got the length, 5'10", 70.5-inch reach or something like that. Throw combinations. I think his punches are more fluent. He lands a higher percent of his punches. It's not by much though. It's like 28.5% of his punches landed. And Masgallo lands about 27.8% of his punches. But Masgallo gets hit with significantly less punches than Vargas. Vargas gets hit with like 27% of his punches and Masgallo at like 21. But the thing is, Masgallo fights inferior competition. If you look at the average stars on BoxRec for the last 5 opponents, Masgallo is at a 2.6 and Ray Vargas is at a 2.9. That don't sound that much, but when you actually start looking at the fighters, like even though Masgallo got a 5-star fighter in Gary Russell Jr., he's still only at a 2.6 because the other guys is 1.5s and 2s and shit. And Ray Vargas, he fighting 3.5s and 2s and 3s and shit like that. So we come out to 2.9. So just all around it is better competition. Like Hovat, that Havanesian and all them type of motherfuckers, they were fighting back. So slight edge for the offense for Ray Vargas, slight edge for Masgallo with the defense, but edge for Vargas with strength of schedule competition.
And one thing I noticed looking at that fight, we were talking about starting weights. What's his name? Ray Vargas, even though he the taller man, he coming up. You think he fought as low as like super bantamweight. And Magsayo, I think this is the only division he never fought in. Something to consider, I guess.
Yeah, it is something to consider. Even though we also too got to consider that Ray Vargas is an ectomorph, and ectomorphs do move up in weight pretty well. You know what I'm saying? Like we think about Navarrete. Even though Navarrete move up in weight, somehow he still finds himself the bigger man in the fight because he got the type of frame that you can move up in weight. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Ray Vargas is. He an ectomorph. So he's going to be able to put on weight pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Moving up.
Yeah.
Which way y'all leaning, man? I'm leaning towards Ray Vargas.
I'm with Vargas.
I was leaning toward Magsayo myself. It seemed like everybody picking Vargas though.
Well, I'm very simple with my pick is that I saw the guy go out there and struggle. I felt like he lost to Gary Russell Jr. with one arm. I do give him credit for going out there, fighting Russell when Vargas, had the opportunity and didn't take it. But I like what I see in Vargas. I think Vargas will have some stuff to bear to trouble Magsayo. I mean, and he'll have 2 arms. So I'm going with Vargas.
He definitely ain't no Gary Russell though.
Yeah, Gary Russell is southpaw too. But I like Ray Vargas in the fight, man. It's in Texas. That's one of the main reasons. Vargas, he from Mexico. Texas, that's little Mexico. So I think it's gonna be hard for Magsayo to win a decision. I think he's gonna have to come knock this guy out. And like D-Lo said, man, it's easier to win a championship than it is to defend it. And his first defense is against a legitimate motherfucker. So I think he's gonna come up short in this one. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Hypey enjoying the conversation.
Yeah. Man, I didn't accomplish a whole lot of shit and y'all still going. I like that. Why?
Well, salute to you, bro. What's going down?
Oh man, I got Ray Vargas in that one. I just wasn't really impressed with Mark last, even beating Gary, which I felt he didn't. But yeah, I mean, just like it's like a IQ. I just wasn't impressed with that strategy. So now he just never impressed me, even in other fights too. He just don't impress me. So I got picking Ray Vargas. Hey, but that's a good card. That Showtime card. Even the non-televised portion, they got a good fight on that.
Oh yeah, they got some good fights, man. But another thing that stand out to me though is Ray Vargas has been dropped 3 times in his career, and Max Zaya only been dropped once against Julio Ceja. So they do show some evidence that maybe Max Zaya got the better chin.
Mhm.
But they got some good fights on that card though, man. I saw one time Ed messaged me and shit talking about Frank Martin got a last second change and shit. He going from Ricardo Nunez or something like that, and he going to Jackson Marinez, the guy that outboxed Rolly Romero but got robbed. He said if he felt like it's gonna be an easier fight, and it might be, but I just know going like if you training for 8 weeks for a guy that's 5'6", and at the last minute you got to fight somebody that's 5'10", I think that could be kind of problematic because that's a whole different dynamic. Instead of fighting straight, punching straight ahead, now you punching up at a motherfucker, and you ain't been training for that shit this whole time. Because Frank Martin is short; he only like 5'6" his own goddamn self, and plus he got a late start in boxing. He started fighting when he was 18 years old, so I think he might get some complications in this fight.
Armin Brown 09 say, please like the video if you have it. I appreciate that, sis. Yeah, that's right. Hit that like
Frank
button.
Martin started boxing at 18. Yeah, I didn't know that.
He was a football player at first, and then he got into some trouble and got fucked up. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said he decided at 18 that he's going to go to the gym and be good at it, and that's what he did. I got to give him credit on that, even though I feel like he should have a stronger right hook. That's really my only knock on him. I feel like he like a Rigondeaux almost, or even like a pro grade, where they want to control you with the lead hand and hurt you with the backhand. And I would like to see him be a little bit more complex than that, you know what I'm saying? But he's a good fighter though. I was taking him by knockout this weekend before the opponent changed.
Is it me? Did y'all hear Trey A's voice speed up like a mouse or something?
Yeah, because I went and checked some shit on the website, man. I was going to see the fights this weekend because I wanted to bring up the Ray Vargas fight and shit. So when I came back, it probably affected my Wi-Fi.
Okay. I just thought I was.
So y'all got Madrimov stopping Soro again or what?
I'm taking it. I went back and looked at that shit. I did look at it, but everybody was upset because the fight got stopped after the bell, right?
Yeah, that was some bullshit though.
Okay, but I saw the guy take a right hand on the chin and get fucked up.
Yeah, he did. But the Bell's supposed to saved him in that round. They should have just looked at the footage and be like, okay, we stopped the fight too early, continue. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy.
I feel all that, but I'm just saying, like going into the rematch, even though I'm the rematch El Fenici, I think that I think Madrimov might stop him. I took him by like 7-round knockout.
Yeah, I did too.
The guy fight back a little bit though. The Soro cat. Another fight that Felix Cash fighting this weekend. He fighting against Von Alexander. That's Devin Alexander brother. He pretty tough too. He done been in there with some good fighters. He done lost 6 times, but he only got stopped once, and he got stopped by it's another UK fighter.
Zach Parker.
Zach Parker. There we go. I think that Zach Parker is a better fighter than Felix Cash. I think Zach Parker, I know he switch hitting all that kind of stuff. I don't really like that. But I think his use of angles is better than Felix Cash. I think Felix Cash is more in front of you. So I think that Vaughn has a chance to go the distance in this fight. I like Felix Cash by decision. We betting on that one, OG.
Oh yeah, I feel it. I know that name.
Yeah, Von Alex.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna add in, yeah, Von Alex. He like one of them. He's like an Isaac Chilemba, Glenn Koff Johnson type. Like even he might lose a fight, like DeMarcus Corley type. Even if he lose a fight, he gonna give you some good work. And he got a good chance to upset you in some of them fights, because he didn't upset Money Powell's son.
Yeah.
He didn't got like a few some of his wins has been upset wins also. So he's just a fighter. He gonna come and give you some work. You can't look at his record and write him off.
Yeah, he
3.5
also gave.
stars.
Yeah, I was gonna say he also gave that Janabek a tough fight.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, he got 3.5 stars on BoxRec for a reason. Oh yeah, the other fight that I wanted to talk to y'all about and see what y'all thought was Brandon Figueroa versus Carlos Castro. I think that's a pretty interesting fight, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Brandon Figueroa, he ain't got a deep amateur background. He only like 33-17. His dad said that he won some local silver gloves type of tournament, so that's the heights that he reached. This Castro guy, he was 98-10. They said he had 70 fights on the national level. I think I see that in his style as a fighter. I think he got some pretty decent skills. I know he went out there and got his ass whooped pretty good by Luis Nery, but he was competitive, especially on the back side of the fight. Pretty good. But I know that Figueroa, he stopped Nery, but Nery was still landing on Figueroa. You know what I'm saying? I think this is a more competitive fight than what the odds makers are giving it credit for. I almost want to bet on Castro by decision at 6-1 odds, just off GP, because I don't feel like Figueroa is 6 times the fighter as Castro, and I feel like this fight is going the distance. I don't see a knockout in the fight.
See, I had Fig by decision.
That's my pick on the channel, Ross. That's my official pick, Figueroa by decision. You know what I'm saying? But if you betting on it, you only getting -137 for that. Castro, he got the deeper amateur background and all that kind of stuff. I won't be surprised if he go out there and dig deep and pull out an upset. I think that Figueroa is a rightful favorite, but I just don't know about 6-1 odds.
Yeah. Everybody got him by knockout too. I was just like, I just don't see that.
Oh, they got Figueroa by knockout?
Yeah, everybody do.
Oh yeah, see, that's what I be talking about. Man, we just beat them on the method of victory. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Nigga, that man ain't about to knock this dude out. But I will say this. He probably got maybe a chance because this guy is taller and he got a longer torso. When he fighting against somebody like Nery, I know he went to the body, but Nery is shorter and stuff. And plus, they got a common opponent. His name is Escondón.
Yeah, a little short ass too.
Yeah, see, but the thing is that shortness, I think, helped him against Figueroa, because he was able to duck up under a lot of them shots, and Figueroa couldn't really go to his body. But Both of them did stop him in 10 rounds, both fighters. And damn, it was another fight they had. Oh yeah, the scores was kind of close. Like one fighter, it was like 87-82. I think that was Brandon Figueroa, and Castro was beating him like 84 to some shit. I can't remember, man, but they had like some similar type of scores, you know what I'm saying? So just looking at the evidence, to me, it shows that Brandon Figueroa is slightly the better fighter, but not no 6-1 better fighter.
Right.
Might be some value, OG. We might have to just shoot us a shot and just take our losses if we take it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you you was asking me, did we get that cash? Yeah, I got that cash, man. Felix cash, right?
No, when I say cash out, that means that
no. I thought you were just asking me about the fighter cash.
Oh, Felix cash, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I got that.
No, I'm talking about a whole different fight, and I'm talking about Carlos Castro and Brandon Figueroa right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we on a whole different fight.
Yeah, I was just making sure that I ain't missed that other fight. That's all. I was like, let me make sure I got that.
Oh, I ain't made no official pick on that one, so don't go make a pick. It's just something that's on my mind because I think it's some value in Carlos Castro plus 600. But I ain't made no official decision that I'm trying to bet on it, though.
Yeah, I ain't looked at it yet. I don't mess with it until I see the Oracle's words come across the screen.
Yeah.
Then I go ahead and make my move, put in my moves, and sit back like I really did something. I'll be proud of the buttons I pressed. Fuck that. So I see that it's like 12:23, and I don't want to hold you gentlemen up any longer than I have to. So anybody got something to say before I take us out on all day?
I just wanted to ask one thing. Did anybody see the Chevalier and Wallace fight from last week?
Yeah, and I had Wallace.
See, yeah,
Yep.
you picked the
Sure
right
did.
fighter.
Yes.
The thing
yeah.
here, the thing about that fight, man, is I was like so on the fence because like that dude Chevalier, the way he fight with his hands all out in front of him, like he's doing kung fu or some shit. That shit tend to work against a lot of his shorter opponents because the way he dodge punches and lean his head back into the side. And BoxRec had fucking Wallace listed at 5'9". That dude is at least 6'3". So
Yeah, he tall
they
as
fucked
hell.
me up, man, on that BoxRec. But yeah.
Hey,
that
OG. Oh my
Yeah.
bad, go ahead.
that reach was a problem for Chevalier though, because you know, like I said, the way he dodged punches. And then see the thing that pissed me off about Chevalier is he don't have to fight like that. Towards the end of the fight, he started going in there, going aggressively to his body. He hurt the guy. Like if he'd have fought the whole fight like that, he'd have won. So and then the dude still won a split decision at home. So that whole fight just made me mad on multiple levels.
Hey man, they had Wallace as a pretty big underdog too, OG. We would have got like 7-1 odds if we would have bet on my Chan Ross pick because I took Wallace by decision. You know what I'm saying? But we did make a little money on the fight because we bet that the fight go the distance.
Yeah.
But my last words though, we got a fighter that's fighting this weekend. He one of the best fighters that you never heard of. His name is Pavel Sinyagan. I don't know what fucking country he come from, but he can fight like a motherfucker. He beat this dude that got an upset victory not that long ago. I think his last name is I can't think of that, man. I can't even think of, you know, them folks be having them long ass names, man. But this guy is really fucking good. He's gonna fight this weekend. He fights at 168 pounds. So be on the lookout for him. Pavel Sinyagan.
Okay. Derek Bailey said he'd been cooking 3 hours. And he said I had Wallace also. Remember, I was when you told me about Wallace Trey, remember I was like, oh, he gonna do something because my last name.
Yeah, you did say that shit, but I wasn't even talking about picking him. That was just I just sent you that Chevalier and Wallace by decision. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go
well, fight goes the distance is what I meant to
say.
say.
You said if I goes the distance, but I think I picked him by decision.
You picked him by decision?
Yeah.
Well, hey, that shit sound funny, but nigga, you need to pay attention to what you're doing.
No, I think I picked it by decision because of the Wallace last name. When you had said go ahead and pick it like that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and do this just because I'm gonna see what happens.
Well, maybe that's why you said you had made some pretty good money then.
So okay, that's where it came from. Is okay. I'm
that's good,
right.
But still in the future though,
I ain't gonna do this shit no more.
Yeah, that might get you fucked up. That might get you fucked up. Well, yeah, that's why you said you made you some money then.
Yeah,
because last week for me was a feather week. It was all feathers, no chicken. I literally made $1 for the week. But you was talking about you made money, and then on the other account with Yasser, we made some money on that account. I don't even know how that happened, but on my account, I made $1. I went 5 and 4. And then look, the pick that was gonna get us to the profit, because this is what happened. I went out there and went like 1 and 3 or some shit in my first 4 fights and started off bad. And they had me shook. They done shook up my confidence. I'm over here hitting up my friends and shit like, oh man, they got me on this one, y'all. I can't even lie. This about to be a disaster this week. I'm like, it's about to be a disaster this weekend. And then we get to the Apatea fight. Apatea come out there and handle his business. Boom, we back in business now, nigga. That's 2.75 to 1 odds, nigga. We back in the mix, like bacon, eggs, and grits. And then so we done got our money back. You know what I'm saying? Because it was some more fights and shit. Because I had the Apatea fight put me at 5 and 4. So we get down to the Chamberlain fight, Mark Chamberlain versus Mark Vidal. And I done got scared because my confidence done got so low. So I got everybody canceling their bets. I'm talking about cancel I'm talking about cancel that Mark Chamberlain bet. Cancel that shit. OG said, no, don't worry about it. Just ride it out. Just see what happens. I said okay at first, and I came back and told them to cancel that shit. That shit won like a motherfucker. that was 2-1 odds, and that was all our profit.
Dude, for real?
Yeah, and then I hit you back later on, and I told you. I was like, man, you were right, OG. If I would have just listened to you, we would have made a profit. But this is the thing, though, that make me not feel that bad. They said that Mark Chamberlain was whooping his ass bad, that it was uncomfortable to watch. The referee could have stopped the fight at any moment, and we would have lost that bet in the long run. So it's still a bet that I wouldn't make again, you know what I'm saying? But I'm glad I had that experience because I think it made me a little better.
Right, because I was like kind of baffled when you was like, man, we took a loss. And I went and looked and I was like, shit, I don't know what kind of loss he talking about, but okay.
Well, officially, I ain't lose. I did make $1. So that's why I say it was a feather week. All feathers, no chicken.
Man, I had chicken dinner.
And
That's
we coming back barnstorming this week, though. But I know you say you want to cut this shit off, OG. Go ahead and do what you got to do.
Oh yeah, you took me. I'm thinking about how to up my bets. Gentlemen, y'all want to say anything? Anybody, anytime, anywhere.
Nah, I just Trey, just drop that guy. What's his name? Pablo, whatever. If you could drop his name in the private chat.
Oh, you talking about Sia Yagan? I got you. I'm about to type it right here, bro, in the chat.
D-Lo, he still with us? Yeah. DK, say, bro, send me a copy of it and let me see what it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to record it, but yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Hey, Hyvee, can you see it?
Cool, got it.
Okay, it's in the private chat. Well, you know what? Seeing that nobody really want to say bye, and I don't either, I'm going to just take it out with all day.
We go harder than concrete. Me and my bodies get smoked out. Ice chest full of beers. Shit, this the dirty south. Fuck being down and out. We in this bitch trying to stay alive. Peace city, my nigga. I see you trying to get your money 3 steps for life, and I fucks with it. You better show your fam straight. You don't break a baby, standing up on all 10. Cause every day it's on again. Same day, same shit all across the bitch. No matter where you live, hold it down. Shout out across the southwest side. Make your time straight all day. All day, get your money and it can't wait. All day, where it's real and it's no face. All day, real shit. All day, trying to stay out the way. All day, making sure that the fam straight. All day, get your money and it can't wait. All day, where it's real and it's no face. All day, real shit. All day, trying to stay out the way. All day,
making sure my family's straight. Doing what I do, keep doing all my beats, making sure my family eats, saying little prayers. I'm glad I got to know ya. I'ma be here till the end. I'm the only master bride.
Making sure that the fam straight all day, get your money and it can't wait. All day, where it's real and it's no face. All day, real shit. All day, trying to stay out the way. All day, making sure that the fam straight. All day, get your money and it can't wait. All day, where it's real and it's no face. All day, real shit. All day, trying to stay out the way. All day.
I break bread with my kinfolk and I don't sleep. They can't eat and they can't eat and I don't sleep till I make a way for my kinfolk. Guard dog up all night, making sure everybody sleep tight. Checking the perimeter with that thing on me, making sure that it's alright. I never leave my post alone, even if it means posting alone. I ain't talking to me.
Make sure that the fam straight all day, all day, all day. Get your money and it can't wait all day, all day, all day. Where it's real and it's no face all day. Real day, real shit all day. Trying to stay out the way all day, all day, all day. Making sure that the fam straight all day, all day, all day. Get your money and it can't wait all day, all day, all day. Where it's real and it's no face all day. Real nigga, real shit all day. Trying to stay out the way all day, all day, all day. I got that retired money, so the fam is good. Bought a home out in the country, moved us out of the hood. When circumstances were bad, we converted to good. Every time they said I couldn't, I showed them I could. These haters plotting my downfall, I'm wishing you would. You 10 steps ahead of you, you back where I stood. Nigga, you should understand this boy don't play. Regardless of what you say, we bring that heat all day. Let go.